How's it going, everybody? Daner here with North Central Coins, and welcome back to another exciting episode of the most rare and valuable coins in Canada. Today we're going to be counting down the 50 most valuable Canadian coins that you can find by searching through your pocket change or by looking in your collections, and if identified correctly, can be worth some insane amounts of money. Even though these aren't your average pieces of currency, just about anyone can find these Canadian coins if you do know what to look for. In this video, we will explore the historical context surrounding the production of these Holy Grail coins and delve into why they hold such importance in Canadian numismatic history. Additionally, we will discuss any distinguishing and identifying features, their significance among collectors, and also the potential value if you're ever to discover a legitimate example. Before I do get into this, I would really appreciate if you guys would smash that thumbs up, subscribe if you're new, and also ring that bell notification so you can stay up to date with my new content as it is being released. I would also like to quickly announce that I'm going to be doing a huge giveaway at the end of this month, and I'm going to be picking the winner from the comment section in this video. So if you would like to enter for that giveaway, all you have to do is leave a comment down below and smash that thumbs up, and make sure to stay to the end of the video if you would like to find out which is the most rare and valuable Canadian coin that you can find. Then without further ado, what do you say we get right into it and break down my picks for the top 50 most valuable Canadian coins. Let's get it, guys. Some of the original Toonies that were released for circulation actually had a defect. When the first batch of Toonies were struck hard or frozen, some of the coins might separate due to a malfunction in the bimetallic locking mechanism. The Royal Canadian Mint reacted by saying that there was a 1 in 60 million chance of a Toonie falling apart, despite media reports of defective Toonies. Section 456 of the Canadian Criminal Code defines defacing coin currency as purposely attempting to split a Toonie. This is actually a criminal offense in Canada. Now, what do you say we get into the Toonie that you guys all came here to find out about, and that is the 1996 German planchette. When the first $2 coin was officially launched on February 19, 1996, an event was held where it was said that 60 million of the new coins should be made available. Not yet ready with the new technology to meet this demand, Canada actually purchased from Deutsche Nickel, a German supplier, planchettes needed to produce the first 60 million coins. The Royal Canadian Mint was able to make the first 60 million $2 coins in 1996 thanks to the production of 10 million pre-assembled planchettes by the company Deutsche Nickel in Germany. Unlike the Canadian planchette Toonies, the 1996 $2 German planchette coins feature lines with a dull matte texture across the ring. It is considerably easier to distinguish between the German and Canadian planchettes when the coins are uncirculated. However, once these coins enter circulation and start to wear down, the distinguishing lines become less noticeable. Despite this, the use of German planchettes was a crucial factor in meeting the high demand for $2 coins in Canada at that time. Now, before we get into the values for the 1996 German planchette Toonie, first let's go over some of the basic specifications for the coin. The 1996 Canadian planchette Toonie was produced at a mintage figure of 315,483,000. The 1996 German planchette was produced at a mintage figure of 10 million. The coins are composed with an outer ring of 100% nickel and an inner core of 92% copper, 6% aluminum, and 2% nickel. They have a weight of 7.3 grams, a diameter of 28 millimeters, a thickness of 1.8 millimeters. The designers for the coin are Dora de Pedri Hunt and Augo Aran for the obverse, and Brent Townsend and Augo Aran for the reverse. It is magnetic and has a die-axis in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian coins. So when it comes to value, a lot of the time when you are dealing with Canadian Loonies and Toonies, it is very rare that you will find any, even with errors or varieties, that are worth a lot of money in a low grade state. Usually they have to be in a mint state to get the most amount or premium for the coin, and the German planchette, unfortunately, is not much different than the other cases. If you do find one of these and it is at the low end of the Sheldon scale, so beat up and worn and been through the meat grinder, firstly, it's going to be very hard to identify that it is a German planchette, and it's not going to be worth much or anything above face value. But as you start to get into the MS scale, you start to see some pretty big price jumps for this coin. It can be worth around $80 for an MS63, it can be worth $271 for an MS65, and all the way up to $694 for an MS66, which on Coins in Canada is currently the highest graded known example.
if you were to find one of these and it scored in the MS67 range, there is no reason that it could push the $1,000 mark. This is definitely a super rare variety to look for, and they did make quite a few of them. 10 million is a pretty high mintage figure, but the trick in these is identifying the German planchette. It will look a little bit more greasy. You will see those dull texture lines as well. I have actually found one of these German planchette Toonies in one of my hunts, and I could definitely tell it apart from some of the other uncirculated 1996 Canadian planchette Toonies. They stand out quite a bit. Now, just to give you a quick idea, if you were to find one of the regular 1996 Canadian planchette Toonies, the maximum amount of money you could actually get for that coin is $78 for an MS66. So the German planchette is worth about 10 times more, 10 times as rare, 10 times as valuable.
Now, before we get into the 1978 and 1979 pennies, I just briefly want to go over machine doubling with you guys so you have a pretty good idea of how to identify the errors on these coins. Now, machine doubling occurs when a coin is struck by the coin press more than once in quick succession, or there is a slight shift or bounce in the coin press during the striking process. It can also occur due to deterioration in the die, and some of the characteristics of machine doubling are caused by a misalignment of the coin die with the planchette, a minor shift or vibration of the coin press during the striking, or a loose or slightly damaged or deteriorated die. Now, the visual characteristics of machine doubling. Machine doubling results in a few key visual characteristics. Parallel or shelf-like doubling. The doubling lines tend to be parallel to the original design, creating a shelf-like effect. Genuine doubled dies usually show doubling in various directions. And a lack of spread. Unlike true doubled dies, machine doubling does not exhibit the spread or separation between doubled elements. Instead, the doubled features appear squeezed together. Now, machine doubling does not always enhance the value of a coin. In fact, sometimes it can actually make its desirability a little bit less among collectors. Collectors usually seek coins with strong and clear design elements, and machine doubling actually detracts from the coin's visual appearance, but it is still an error or variety that can be attributed to coins, and certain dates are well known for having machine doubling, like the 1980 Canadian nickel and the pennies that we are discussing today. Now, when it comes to the Canadian 1978 and 1979 pennies, you are looking to identify machine doubling on the date. There can be several different degrees of doubling, and they are differentiated by the amount of digits in the date that contain this machine doubling. So depending on how many of the digits are affected, the value generally increases, and they are evaluated from right to left. So the doubling can start on the final number in the date and happen only on that number, or it can work its way digit by digit to the left and can affect each or all of the different numbers in the date. Depending on how many of these numbers have the doubling, the value typically increases, but the severity of the doubling can also increase its potential value. Let's say you have an example of this coin where the final two digits are attributed with doubling, but it is much more significant and severe than another example with the entire date attributed. It might actually be more desirable to collectors due to the severity of this error. Some of the details and specifications for the 1978 and 1979 Canadian pennies. They're composed of 98% copper, 0.5% tin, and 1.5% zinc. They have a weight of 3.24 grams, a diameter of 19.05 millimeters, and a thickness of 1.55 millimeters. The coins were designed and engraved by Arnold Mockin for the obverse and G.E. Kruger Gray for the reverse. The edge is smooth, they are non-magnetic, and the die axis is in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, Australian, and British coins. Now, when it comes to estimating how much these coins can be worth, they are not super valuable on the low end. You might be able to get a premium for them, especially because they are Canadian pennies. I usually say when it comes to coins, it's not how much it is worth, it's how much you can get somebody to pay for it. That doesn't mean that you should rip people off, but a lot of the time people are willing to overpay for things because they simply want to add it to their collection. Not me, not myself. I have certain things that I go for and like to collect, but everybody has their own preferences. So what I'm going to do is go through and give you guys the values for each of the different attributions of doubling that you can get on these coins. So the 1978, if it has just a doubled 8 on it, is worth around $10 for an MS64, but it can be worth all the way up to around $70 for an MS66.
example, which isn't too much more than the regular 1978. Now, as you start to increase in severity of the machine doubling, if it has the final 2 digits doubled, so the 7 and the 8, you're seeing about a $10 to $15 price jump. It can be worth around $20 for an MS64 and all the way up to $85 for an MS66 example. Now, it doesn't get much more valuable if you only identify the 3 final digits in the date. So if the 9, 7, and 8 all have doubling, it can be worth around $25 for an MS64 and $87 for an MS66. So that is a $2 price jump. But the most valuable of all of the varieties that you can look for is with the entire date containing the machine doubling. So all of the digits in the date 1, 9, 7, and 8 will have machine doubling. It can be worth around $30 for an MS64 and $118 for an MS66. Now you might be thinking to yourself, I'm probably never gonna find any of these super rare air coins, but I can tell you that these are much more common than you would think. I have found quite a few 1978 and 1979 pennies with machine doubling, some with the entire date, some with single digits, some that are super severe, and some not so much. And a lot of the time when I come across Canadian pennies, they are in pretty decent shape, especially the ones from the 70s and 80s, because they didn't see too much circulation before they were pulled out in the year 2012. So now let's get into the 1979 double variety pennies. First is the single doubled 9, so that is the final digit in the date 1979 will have machine doubling. It can be worth around $10.90 for an MS64 and all the way up to $453, which is actually the exact same value as the regular 1979. So there is no premium if you only identify doubling in a single digit. And the value pretty much stays the same, honestly, as you go up. If you can identify doubling for the final 3 digits, you do see a slight price jump. It can be worth around $10 for an MS63 and all the way up to $60 for an MS66. So maybe $1 more than the regular one. But the variety that you do want to look for is all 4 of the digits containing doubling, and you will get a pretty decent premium for this coin. It can be worth around $15 for an MS64, and the highest graded known example currently is an MS66, which is evaluated at $131. If you were to find one and it scored an MS67, you could easily be talking a $1,000 penny, because the regular 1979 without doubling is around $500. And if you identify machine doubling on the entire date, that coin is worth about twice as much as the regular 1979. The 1965 and 1985 pointed 5 variety Canadian 1-cent coins. The 1965 and 1985 pointed 5 varieties refer to specific varieties of Canadian pennies that were minted in those years. These varieties are sought after by collectors due to their unique design features and also their limited and unknown mintage. The pointed 5 on these pennies refers to the shape of the numeral 5 on the coin, which has a sharper, more triangular appearance on the end of the top of the serif rather than the blunt 5. Some of the factors that contributed to the creation of this coin include changes in minting technology, artistic preferences, and the need to differentiate coins from previous years. But most likely, the Canadian Mint was either just experimenting or they eventually switched their dies and they wanted to differentiate between these switch. Believe it or not, I've actually found some of the large bead pointed 5 1-cent coins in the past. If you guys would like to see that, I definitely suggest you go check out some of my coin roll hunting videos. But another thing you need to look for if you want to find the rarest of the 1965 coins is also the large bead border. In 1965, there are 4 variations of pennies overall, all of which gravitate around the pointed and blunt 5 and also small and large beads. The most rare of all these pennies is the 1965 with the pointed 5 and the large beads, but the small bead pointed 5 is the most valuable in a high grade, so identifying that pointed 5 is the most important thing. To identify it, you need to look at the end of the top serif of the 5 for the final digit in the date 1965. If the 5 looks like it is either slightly angled or comes to a point, then you have the pointed 5. If the 5 is flush or straight and doesn't come to a point, then it is the blunt 5. Then you need to flip over to the obverse of the coin and look at the beads that surround the rim of the coin. I will give some examples of what to look for in terms of the large beads, but the best way that I can say to identify your 1965 large bead pennies is actually to hold on to all your 1965 pennies, look at them all under a microscope or zoom in very close with your phone and compare the bead sizes. As soon as you find one that you know for sure has the large beads, keep that one for reference. And then we also have the 1985 penny. Although this coin was made 20 years later, it actually has the same two variations of the blunt and pointed 5 for its date. The pointed 5 1985 penny is very rare, and it is actually worth more in a low grade state or a beat up condition if you find one of them. But the blunt 5 1985 can actually be worth some really good money if it gets a high grade or it scores in a mint state. To this day, I still have not found one of these 1985 pennies in any condition that would make it worth getting graded or writing home about, but it's definitely a good one to have on your radar. But now that we've given you an idea of what to look for, what do you say we break down the values for the more rare of all these penny varieties, starting with the small beads pointed 5. Now on the low end, the 1965 small beads pointed 5 is not worth too much at all. It's pretty much worth face value if it is at the low end, but this bad boy can be worth all the way up to $1,800. So you see some massive price jumps from that penny. It goes from $285 to $1,810. So I'm guessing that there isn't too many of these that survived in a high mint state. So it is definitely one to keep your eye out for if you find any 1965 pennies in good shape. And then we also have the large bead pointed 5. Now on the low end, this one can be worth around $3.40, even at the very bottom of the Sheldon scale. If it is worn, beat up, and been put through the meat grinder, it is definitely a good one to find, and it can be worth around $13.50 for an AU50. Now in terms of the high end for the large bead pointed 5 1965, it's worth around $21 for an MS60, and this one can be worth all the way up to $1,010. And this is another coin that sees some massive price jumps, so it means very few of these score in the high range, and I have actually found 1965s of all varieties in good shape, so this is definitely a good one to keep your eyes out for. And then we have the 1985 penny. So you are looking for the pointed 5 if you want to make any money on the low end. It isn't worth too much at the bottom of the Sheldon scale, only worth around $1 if it is all beat up, worn, and been put through the meat grinder. It can be worth around $5 for an AU50, and the pointed 5 can be worth up to $267. And then last but not least, we have the 1985 blunt 5 penny. Now this one isn't very valuable at all on the low end. At the bottom of the Sheldon scale, it's not worth much more than face value, but as you start to get into the high range of the Sheldon scale and it starts to get into the mint state range, you start to see some massive price jumps, but it can be worth all the way up to $1,570. Now the price jump there goes from $182 to $1,570. So if you ever submit one of these things, you got to pray and hope to the coin gods that you maybe get an MS65, or you never even know, maybe an MS66, and then this thing could be worth some great money. So there are a whole lot of varieties to look for, but usually you want to look for the pointed 5 varieties, or you want them to be in very good shape if you want to make the most money out of these pennies.
In the year 2012, there were 3 different Toonie designs released for circulation. The first is the original Toonie design with no added security features. The second are the security $2 coins. These Toonies were meticulously crafted at the Canadian Mint's cutting-edge facility located in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Leveraging the innovative multiply plated steel technology, these coins uphold the same manufacturing approach that has been successfully employed for Canada's lower denomination circulation coinage since the year 2001. This patented method involves the application of alternating layers of distinct metals including copper, nickel, and brass onto a durable steel core. The result is a coin that not only utilizes fewer metals than traditional alloy coins, but also stands out for its cost effectiveness in circulation coin production. Beyond the efficiency of the multiply plated steel technology, the $2 circulation coins of the Security series boast additional security features. These enhancements include new highly visible security elements designed to thwart counterfeiting attempts. The reverse side, also known as the tail side of the coin, showcases a laser mark micro engraving, contributing to the coin's advanced security measures. Furthermore, the $2 coins in the Security series go above and beyond with the incorporation of a virtual image and edge lettering on the reverse side. This innovative addition enhances both the aesthetic appeal and the security profile of these coins, making them not only a functional medium of exchange, but also a testament to the Mint's commitment to staying at the forefront of coinage technology. The third and final 2012 $2 circulation coin that was released is a commemorative with a depiction of the HMS Shannon on the reverse. This coin holds a special significance as it commemorates the historic naval achievements of the HMS Shannon. Renowned for its notable victory in the capture of the USS Chesapeake during a pivotal naval battle in June 1813, this coin pays tribute to a key moment in maritime history. The Toonies reverse side encapsulates the essence of the HMS Shannon's remarkable feat, emphasizing its successful escort of the American War Prize into Halifax Harbor following the defeat of the USS Chesapeake. This engagement, which unfolded in June of 1813, marked a turning point in naval warfare and showcased the prowess of the HMS Shannon and her crew. Tragically, the battle resulted in the loss of 23 Shannon crewmen. The sacrifices made by these individuals are commemorated in the Royal Navy Burying Grounds and at the Old Burial Ground, both administered by St. Paul's Church in Halifax. The graves serve as poignant reminders of the human cost associated with the pursuit of victory and the defense of national interests. Notably, a tangible relic of the HMS Shannon's legacy is preserved in Halifax, the ship's bell. Displayed at the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic, the bell stands as a testament to the vessel's historical significance and the bravery of those who served aboard it. Now, even to find one of these regular HMS Shannon coins in your pocket change can be fun, as this piece serves as a numismatic tribute to the naval prowess, sacrifices, and historical impact of this distinguished vessel. Now, little known to most, there is actually a rare variety that you can look for on this HMS Shannon toonie that can add a premium to the coin, and it is often referred to as the extra sail variety. And to identify it, you should do the following. First, you want to examine the reverse side of the 2012 Canadian HMS Shannon $2 coin. Focus on the depiction of the HMS Shannon, particularly where the ship's sails are located. Now pay close attention to the sails on the right side of the ship, particularly the most closest to the right edge of the coin. In the case of the extra sail variety, there should be one additional sail to the right side compared to the other ship masts and sails. Now, to confirm the presence of the extra sail variety, it's very helpful to compare a coin with a standard 2012 HMS Shannon toonie. For a more detailed examination, consider using magnification, such as a magnifying glass or a coin loop. This can help you scrutinize the finer details of the coin's design and confirm the presence of the additional sail. Numismatic communities and online forums often share images and information about coin varieties. You can check out some reputable sources or online forums where collectors discuss specific coin variations. If you guys are interested in joining my group on Facebook, Canadian Coin Roll Hunters, we actually have over 4,000 members now, and there are some members that post every single day. So if you think that you have found any of the coins that I discuss in any of these videos and you would like to post a picture, you will definitely get some confirmation on whether you have the rare variety or the more common. If you ever are in doubt, or if you want to ensure the accuracy of your identification, consider consulting numismatic experts or a reputable coin dealer. They may have the expertise to confirm the presence of the extra sail variety after physically inspecting the coin and possibly comparing it to high quality images. Now, the overall mintage figures for the 2012 Toonies. The $2 2012 toonie without any security features has a mintage figure of 1,531,000. The 2012 toonie with security features has a mintage of 82,862,000. So it would seem that the original toonie with no security features is a lot more rare in the year 2012, but it is not much more valuable than the other 2012 toonies. The extra sail is the only one that is worth quite a bit more above face. Now, the overall mintage for the 2012 HMS Shannon toonie is 5 million, the extra sail variety being a very small limited number contained within that. In terms of its value, just to give you guys an idea in comparison, the regular HMS Shannon toonie is only worth around $5 for an MS63 example. The most valuable of the 2012 toonies at an MS63 is the 2012 without any security features, which is worth around $13. Now, if you were to find one of the HMS Shannon toonies and you can identify the extra sail, that can actually be worth $300 for an MS63 example. So this is a coin that will carry a premium even on the low end. If it's not in great shape, it can still probably be worth anywhere from $5 to $10, and as the condition increases, as will the value. Now, if you were to find one of these and it scored an MS65, it can be worth around $400, and if you got one and it scored an MS67, You might even be talking a $700 to $1,000 toonie, but you definitely need to identify the extra sale, or else it is not very valuable at all, not worth much above face, even in a mint state.
These 1962 penny errors and variations, because there are a whole lot that we have to cover here, and they can all be worth some really good money if you can identify any of them. So as I mentioned earlier, there are upwards of 10 different errors or variations you can look for when it comes to your Canadian 1962 pennies. The first are the hanging varieties, the most common of which is the single hanging 2. If you look above the digit of 2 on the reverse of the coin, there should be a little line that connects from the top of the 2, curving upwards and then horizontally to the left until it touches the maple leaf. This is the result of a die clash, and depending on how late into production the dies were used with this error, the more significant it can become. There are also double and even triple hanging 2s, and the more of these die clashes or lines you can count, the more valuable this variety becomes. Then there's the missing M variety. Usually Canadian pennies will have the initial of MG at the bottom of the portrait of Queen Elizabeth on the obverse. In 1962, whether due to die deterioration or other technical difficulties, the M in the initial is actually not visible. This variety can also be compounded with the hanging varieties to make it a double error and increase the value substantially. There can also be doubling on the final 3 digits of the date in 1962, and depending on how many of the digits are doubled and also the significance of the doubling, it can be quite valuable. The last 2 notable variations for the 1962 Canadian pennies are also by far the most cool, and those are the guitar and harp variations. As a guitar player my whole life, this is a penny that has been on my radar for a long time, and I still have not been blessed by one of these by the coin gods, but I know other coin roll hunters who have found them, so they are out there. To identify and differentiate between the harp and guitar strings, you have to look underneath the 1 in the 1 cent on the top of the reverse of the coin, and if there are lines running vertically from the 1 to the top of the maple leaf, then you have one of these 2 very rare coins. The harp lines or strings would appear wider and more spread apart and may not be running all the way down and making contact with the maple leaf. The guitar lines or strings would be more narrow and more pronounced and would run clearly, making contact with the maple leaf. The guitar is the rarer and more valuable of the 2 varieties, so that is the one that you want to look for, but finding either one of these would definitely be a nice little treat. Now that we've discussed how to identify some of these varieties, what do you say we get into the values for these pennies? First, we will discuss the 1962 single hanging 2. One thing I do want to point out as well is most of these pennies aren't worth too much on the low end. They aren't worth too much more than face value. You might be able to get a couple dollars for them if somebody really wants them or they're trying to fill a hole in their collection. But usually to get the most amount of money from the coins that I'm mentioning, you want them to be in a high grade state. So that means MS60 to MS67. So to identify the single hanging 2 1962, you want to look for the hook that connects from the top of the 2 to the bottom of the maple leaf. If you can identify that, it can be worth around $9 for an MS60 to an MS62 example. This one can be worth around $300 for an MS66, and it could easily be worth up to $500 to $750 if you were to find one and it scored an MS67, which is extremely hard for Canadian coins. It's very rare that Canadian coins score MS66 or MS67, but never say never. If you're able to find an uncirculated roll of these, there's no reason they may be able to score a high grade like the MS66 or MS67 territory. Then there's the 1962 double hanging 2. Now to identify this one, it'll be very similar to the single hanging 2, but you want to look for multiple lines. There should be at least 2 of them. And in terms of value, it can be worth around $800 for an MS67 example. So it is just slightly more valuable and rare than the single hanging 2 variety. And then there is the triple hanging 2. Now this one is much more rare than the single or double hanging 2 varieties. It's worth around $38 if you find one in an MS60 or MS62, but you see some massive price jumps with this coin. If you were to find one and it scored anywhere near an MS66 or MS67, it could easily be worth thousands of dollars. If it scored in the MS67 territory, you could easily be talking a $3,000 coin. This is a pretty significant error for it to have 3 die clashes and get the triple hanging designation. So definitely the hanging 2s are good varieties to look for. Then there's the 1962 missing M variety. To identify this one, you want to look at the bottom of the portrait of Queen Elizabeth, and in most cases when you check for this heir, you're going to see the initials MG, but if you ever check and that M is missing, you have one rare 1962 penny that can be worth $377 for an MS66 example, and this coin could see a significant price jump as well. It could easily be worth up to $750 if it did score in the MS67 range. Now, even more rare and valuable than the missing M variety is the 1962 missing M with a hanging 2. Now, this would be known as a double heir because it contains two significant heirs. So to identify this, it needs to have the die clash, giving it the hanging 2, and it will also have the missing M for the initials MG. If you can identify both of these, it can be worth around $205 for an MS65, but it could be worth all the way up to $2,500 for an MS67 if you were to find one and it graded that high. It would seem that they were having a lot of problems with their dies in the year 1962, and your chances of being able to find some of these pennies, even with a double heir, are not the worst ever. So keep your eyes out for a missing M and a hanging 2 on your 1962 pennies. Then there are the 1962s that can contain doubling on the final 3 digits. Now, if it has a double 2, it can be worth around $50 for an MS65. If it has a doubled 9, 6, and 2, so the final 3 digits all contain machine doubling or die deterioration, then it adds a pretty significant premium. It can be worth around $100 for an MS65, so the price actually jumps to 2 times the value if it only has doubling on the single digit, and it could easily see some massive price jumps and be worth up to $500 to $1,000 if it's scored in the MS67 range. And then last but not least, we have the 2 string varieties of the 1962 pennies, and those are the harp and guitar string varieties. Now, first is the harp variety. To identify this, you want to look below the 1 on 1 cent on the reverse of the coin, and there should be lines running vertically from the bottom of the 1 to the top of the maple leaf. The strings on the harp will look wider and less pronounced. This one can be worth around $380 for an MS66 example, but if you were to find one and it scored any higher, it could be worth up to $1,000 for an MS67. Now, the 1962 guitar variety is the rarer of the 2 string varieties for the 1962 pennies. It's worth around $100 for an MS64 example, so it's probably worth around $300 for an MS65. Currently, MS64 is the highest graded known example, so if you were able to find one of the 1962 guitar pennies and it graded any higher than MS64, then you would have one very, very rare coin that could easily be worth up to $1,500 for an MS67. To identify this, you want to look under the 1 on 1 cent on the reverse of the coin, and it should have lines running vertically connecting to the top of the maple leaf. The lines should be more narrow and more pronounced on the guitar variety. Now, the existence of this incredibly rare 2000p caribou quarter in Canada is indeed an intriguing numismatic mystery. While the Canadian Mint switched from the nickel alloy to multiply plated steel quarters between the years 1999 and 2000, the accidental release of only a few 2000p caribou quarters featuring a P mint mark on the obverse under the Queen's bust to indicate that it was composed of multiply plated steel still remains a puzzling anomaly to this day. Now, here's an explanation of how a few examples of this coin may have made their way into circulation. It could have been an accidental die mix-up. The most plausible explanation for the existence of these 2000p caribou quarters is that there was an accidental mix-up of the coin dies during the minting process. Die mix-ups can occur in a minting facility where the wrong set of dies is used to strike a batch of coins. In this case, it would have involved the use of dies meant for 1999 or 2001p quarters instead of the correct 2000 dies. Now, each coin die has a different year assigned to it and are prepared and stored separately in the minting facility. Each die has specific designs for each year and denomination, including the image of Queen Elizabeth II for the obverse and usually the caribou design for the reverse. Due to this mix-up, a small batch of the 2000 caribou quarters would have been struck with the incorrect 1999 test token dies or the future 2001p dies that they were planning on using the following year, which featured the caribou design on the reverse. The rest of the 2000 quarters would have been struck using the correct 2000 dies. Quality control procedures in minting facilities are designed to catch errors, but they are not foolproof. In this case, an oversight likely occurred during the quality control checks. Some of the coins produced with the incorrect dies may have passed inspection due to the similarities in size and composition to the regular quarters. After minting, the coins are typically transported to financial institutions for distribution. If any of the 2000p caribou quarters pass quality control checks, they would have entered the regular circulation stream like any other quarter. Now, another large possibility is that some of these quarters may have made their way into pocket change or circulation from being issued to vending machine companies. To ensure a smooth transition and to avoid disruptions in vending machines and coin-operated devices that accept quarters, the Canadian Mint needed to guarantee that the new multiply-plated coinage would be compatible with these machines. To test the compatibility of the new quarters with vending machines, the Canadian Mint produced a batch of test coins or test tokens with the new composition. These test coins were initially struck with the same design as regular quarters to resemble the appearance of circulating currency. Eventually, the Canadian Mint distributed these coins to vending machine manufacturers and companies that operated vending machines across Canada. The companies used these test coins or tokens to calibrate their vending machines and ensure that they would accept the new quarters without issue. So it is definitely possible that some of the 2000p caribou quarters could have made their way into the hands of vending machine companies who could have then held onto them or then passed them down to relatives. Now that you guys have some information on how this coin came into existence, to identify it, basically it looks the same as just about any other regular Canadian quarter. It has the caribou on the reverse, but if you flip it over to the obverse, you want to look for a little P mark or mint mark under the Queen's bust to indicate that it is made of multiply plated steel. If you can find this mint mark on a 2000 reverse Canadian quarter, then you have yourself a holy grail coin. Now, from the information that I came across, currently there are only 2 known examples of the 2000p caribou quarter, and you can get around $36,300 for an MS65 example. So if you did find one of these and it was all beat up, worn, and been through the meat grinder, so even at the very bottom of the Sheldon scale, you can still expect to get a couple $100 or maybe even a couple $1,000 for this coin because it is so rare and there are so few of them that exist. And even though it may seem highly unlikely that you could ever stumble across one of these coins, crazier things have happened. I have met coin roll hunters that have had some crazy finds. I'm talking entire boxes of silver quarters and even better. So always keep your eyes open because you never know what you can find in your pocket change. These $1 coins also boost the incorporation of advanced security features, contributing to the overall safeguarding of Canada's coinage system. Notably, the reverse side, also known as the tails, showcases a laser mark micro engraving. This addition enhances the visibility of security measures, providing an extra layer of protection against counterfeiting and bolstering the integrity of the currency. The third design, released in 2012, is a circulation coin known as the Lucky Loonie, with a distinctive purpose serving as a good luck charm for Canadian athletes participating in the prestigious 2012 Olympic and Paralympic Games in London. This unique coin was crafted with the intention of bringing positive vibes and good fortune to the Canadian competitors on the global stage. The concept of the Lucky Loonie has its roots in a captivating legend that emerged during the 2002 Olympic Winter Games in Salt Lake City. According to the tale, a loonie, the iconic Canadian $1 coin featuring an image of a common loon, was discreetly buried at the center of the ice rink just before the commencement of the games. This hidden coin was believed to carry a charm that would bestow good luck upon Canada's hockey teams. Remarkably, in the year 2002, both the men's and women's hockey teams went on to secure gold medals, turning the Lucky Loonie into a symbol of superstition and national pride. Now, the fourth and final design for the Loonie in 2012 is actually the one that you want to look for. It was released to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Grey Cup. This coin was issued as a tribute to the enduring legacy and significance of the Grey Cup, a symbol deeply ingrained in Canadian sports history. Struck with precision and artistry, the $1 coin features iconic imagery associated with the Grey Cup and its century-long tradition. The reverse side features a stylized depiction of the Grey Cup trophy and elements that capture the spirit of Canadian football. In addition to its artistic appeal, the coin serves as a tangible memento for Canadians to celebrate the rich heritage of Canadian football and the cultural significance of the Grey Cup. The issuance of this coin is not only a recognition of the sport's impact on Canadian identity, but also means of commemorating the athletes, teams, and fans who have contributed to the Grey Cup's storied legacy over the past 100 years. Now, people will usually try and fish out the Loonies or Toonies with added security features, as you would think that they would be worth more money, but that isn't really the case with these 2012 Loonies. The value of both the Loon Reverse dollars from 2012 are both worth pretty much the same amount up and down the Sheldon scale, but little known to most, there is actually an error that you can look for on the Grey Cup commemorative that can add a premium to the coin. Now, to identify this error, what you want to do is look at the date of 2012 and identify machine doubling. Here's a brief explanation of how machine doubling occurs. During the coin minting process, a blank metal disc, also called a planchette, is placed on the lower die, and the upper die descends to strike the planchette, transferring the design onto it. Machine doubling occurs when there is a slight movement or shift of the coin or the die during the striking process. The result is that parts of the design appear doubled, giving the illusion of additional details or thickness. However, unlike true doubled dies, machine doubling does not involve the doubling of the coin die itself. Instead, it is a secondary unintended impression caused by movement during the striking of the coin. Machine doubling can often create a flattened or shelf-like appearance to the doubled elements. Unlike genuine doubled dies, machine doubling is typically not as sharp or well defined. It's also worth noting that machine doubling is a common occurrence and is usually considered a minor error in the minting process rather than a rare or sought after variety by coin collectors. But in the case of Canadian Loonies, there are just so few that are actually worth any decent money that being able to identify even a minor error, especially if that date is known to contain one of these errors, can definitely add a premium to the coin. Now, in terms of value, a regular 2012 Grey Cup Loonie isn't going to be worth much more than face value unless it is in impeccable condition, but it can be worth up to $100 if it does score an MS67, which is usually one of the highest grades obtained by Canadian coins. That being said, if you were able to identify doubling on the date of 2012, it could easily add a premium of anywhere from 3 to 5 times its original value depending on how bad somebody wants this coin. So around $300 would be my estimate if you found one of these with doubling and it scored an MS67. Usually PCGS does not attribute minor errors like this, but there is a chance if you send it off to ICCS, you may be able to get the extra error attribution, and thus the coin should be worth more money if it's in a high grade state at least. Creating the new design for His Majesty King Charles III's effigy involved a comprehensive and multi-step process. Following the announcement by the Government of Canada, over 350 artists in a database and also mint engravers received email invitations. The artists and engravers that expressed interest provided a portfolio of portrait work for evaluation. A thorough assessment was then conducted for each of the respondents. The short list of artists and engravers were given an artist brief with mandatory design requirements. Design concepts underwent evaluation by an internal mint review panel, assessing the submissions based on aesthetics, technical requirements, and their suitability for mass production. The winning design underwent scrutiny for necessary approvals from both the government and also Buckingham Palace. The mint initiated the engraving and tooling process, involving the creation of dies essential for striking the new coins. Subsequently, the production or striking of the new circulation coins commenced. So it was announced by the Canadian Mint in late 2023 that King Charles III coins would start making an appearance in circulation. So apparently there are some 2023 dated King Charles III coins, but the error that we are discussing today is located on the 2024 King Charles III nickels. Now let's briefly discuss struck through or grease errors. Struck through grease errors happen when grease or other contaminants fill the recesses of a coin die, preventing it from fully impressing the design onto the coin. If grease accumulates in certain areas of the die, those areas may not strike the coin properly, resulting in missing details or a blurry appearance where the grease obstructs the design. The affected area on the coin will typically show missing or distorted features with a flattened or smeared appearance. Now there are several different types of struck through errors. Coins can be struck through wire, they can be struck through fabric. Coins that have struck through wire errors occur when a piece of wire or another foreign object is caught between the dies during the striking process. This foreign object interferes with the normal striking process, preventing the full impression of the design on the coin blank. The wire may also be partially embedded in the coin, leaving an impression on the struck surface. Usually these coins will exhibit a raised line or indentation corresponding to the shape of the wire or object. The affected area may have missing or distorted details depending on the severity of the interference. In both cases, these errors are considered minting anomalies, and their occurrence is typically unintentional.
They add an extra level of uniqueness and desirability to the affected coins and can be of great interest to collectors. The degree of rarity and also desirability of these heirs depends on several factors such as the prominence of the struck through feature, the coin's overall condition, and the appeal to collectors seeking these unusual or rare coins. Depending on the severity of the grease heir and also if the coin has a visible date can greatly affect the value. But I know from experience that these are some of the most sought after heir coins by experienced collectors. I've actually found a 2002 Canadian quarter with a pretty large grease heir and I sold it for around $100, and it was honestly one of my most profitable coin roll hunting finds to date. So these are out there and they definitely fly under the radar of anyone who doesn't know how to identify them. In the case of this 2024 nickel, the gentleman who posted about it found this particular coin in a sealed proof set, which to me makes it even more intriguing. Whether he decides to keep it in the packaging or submit the coin to a grading company, its high grade should add another level of value to the heir. Now, as is with most coins and collectibles, the value is truly in the eye of the beholder, and it is really worth whatever you can get someone to pay for it. But if I did have to give an estimate, if you were to find an heir like this on a 2024 circulation nickel and it was in reasonably good condition, I don't doubt that you could get anywhere from $20 to $30 depending on how severe the grease heir appears to be on the coin. In the case of the gentleman who posted about his uncirculated 2024 grease heir, I would give his an even higher estimate of around $100 to $500 easily because of the fact that it's sealed and it is the first year for a new monarch being featured on the obverse of the coins. The Canadian Mint's decision to transition from the 12-sided shape back to the round-sided nickel was not without its challenges, as the Mint had to develop new technologies and machinery to produce the round-shaped nickels. The large bead variety of this 1965 nickel was most likely a result of experimentation with different edge treatments, ultimately leading to a design which would prevent excessive wear and tear on the coins. The transition from the dodecagon to the round-shaped nickel was just one of several factors that contributed to the creation of the 1965 large bead nickels. When changing the coin's shape, the Royal Canadian Mint had to replace the existing dies used in the production process. This changeover presented an opportunity for an error to occur during the manufacturing phase. Though the 1963 Canadian nickels aren't super notorious for errors, they can have machine doubling and some other minor errors, but the 1964 extra waterline nickel must be one of the most infamous Canadian coin varieties of the last 50 years, but this ultimately proves that it must have been a difficult time at the Mint because of the many changes and difficulties in production. Usually that means valuable heir coins will follow. Now let's get into how to identify the Canadian 1965 large bead nickel. The defining characteristic lies in the number of beads that encircle the rim of the coin. The large bead nickel will contain 138 beads, whereas the small bead nickel will only have 119 beads. You would think that this would actually make it easy for collectors and enthusiasts to differentiate between the two variants, but it can actually be much more difficult than one would think. You can also look at the proximity of the beads relative to the rim of the coin. If the beads look like they are very close to or almost touching the rim, then it has a good chance of being the large bead variety. If there is a large gap between the beads and the rim, it is the small bead variety. Now, if the beads do seem like they are very close or touching the rim, then and only then would I suggest that you go through the task of counting the individual beads to be thorough and make sure you have what you think you have. As for rarity, the Canadian 1965 large bead nickel holds an elevated position within the numismatic world. While collecting coins with errors is not unheard of, the occurrence of large bead nickels is believed to be extremely uncommon. This rarity, also combined with its unique history and distinctive design, contributes to its desirability among collectors and often makes it a prized piece in any collection. Now, I have found many rare coins and nickels in my searches and hunts over the years, and still this is one of my bucket listers, and it would definitely be a thrill to find such a prestigious and valuable coin variety in the wilds of circulation. Now, all of this being said, what do you say we get into the potential values for this incredibly rare Canadian 5-cent piece if you were ever to stumble upon one in your pocket change or coin roll hunting?
First, we'll get into the low end values because this can actually be a super valuable nickel even if you find one that is beat up and been put through the meat grinder. Now this coin is actually not given a book value for low grade examples, but I would say if you extrapolate downwards, it's probably worth anywhere from $20 to $50. If you find one that's all beat up and worn and been put through the meat grinder, people want these things and you don't stumble across them too often. So even if you find one that is in terrible condition in a coin roll hunt, you will still be able to make some decent money, maybe even $100 depending on how bad the person wants the coin. Now it can be worth around $490 for a VF20 example, $1,240 for an AU50, and as we start to get into the MS range, it's worth around $1,630 for an MS60, $2,910 for an MS63, and this bad boy can be worth all the way up to $5,200 for an MS65 example. If you were ever to find one and it scored or graded any higher, you could be sure to see some massive price jumps. We could easily be talking a $10,000 nickel. In the year 2023, your best chance of probably finding one of these in a high mint state is to open an uncirculated roll of 1965s. Sometimes they'll sell uncirculated rolls at coin shops. My buddy actually bought an uncirculated roll of 1964 nickels for around $20. So if you're able to cherry pick a rollout and it had any of these large beads, then you can make some really good money. But more than likely, if you did buy a 1965 uncirculated roll, all of the nickels inside would have the large beads, or none of them will. That is usually how it works with these errors and varieties because they will all be struck consecutively. Now, believe it or not, I have actually found 1967 rabbit nickel rolls uncirculated from banks in the past. So even though it might seem impossible or highly unlikely that there are uncirculated rolls of these old coins floating around out there, I can tell you for sure that there are some of them. Whether they've been sitting in the vaults of the bank for decades, or maybe someone inherits a collection and takes the rolls in to cash them in for face value, which would happen more than you would probably believe. I have always said if you hunt it, eventually you will find it, and this is definitely a good nickel to have on your radar. Before we do get into the value and specifications for the 1991 quarter, I thought I would go over some of the story of how a coin with such a limited mintage can actually come into existence. Coin mintage refers to the quantity of a specific coin design produced by a mint during a particular year or time period. It is a fundamental aspect of a coin's history and production. The rarity of coins is usually measured on how scarce or uncommon they are in relativity to its total mintage. Coins with lower mintages are generally considered more rare because there are fewer of them available to collectors or the public. Several factors contribute to the rarity of a coin, including mintage numbers. Coins with low mintage numbers are inherently rare. When fewer coins are minted, there are fewer available to collectors to acquire. Survival rate. The number of coins that have survived over time also affects rarity. Coins that were well preserved or saved by collectors are more likely to be available today. Melting and withdrawal. Changes in composition or economic factors like the alloy recycling program can lead to the withdrawal and melting of coins. This reduces the number of surviving specimens and increases the rarity of some dates. Coins that have garnered significant collector interest tend to be less common in the market due to collectors acquiring and holding on to them. Rarity is a critical factor in determining the value of a coin. Generally, rarer coins command higher prices in the numismatic market. Collectors and investors are often willing to pay a premium for coins that are difficult to obtain due to their limited availability. The condition or grade of a rare coin can also significantly impact its value. Coins in excellent condition are more desirable to collectors and can fetch higher prices. Usually coins with low mintage figures will also hold some historical significance. They may mark a special period, event, or a change in coinage history. This historical context adds to their appeal and value. Numismatists value coins that provide insights into the past, and low mintage coins often do just that. Collector preferences can drive demand for specific coins. Coins that are part of a series or set have unique designs or represent specific milestones and are highly sought after. Collector demand can create competition and influence prices, particularly for rare and desirable coins. Market trends, including auction results and changing collector tastes, can impact the value of coins. Prices for some key dates may fluctuate based on market dynamics and also demand from buyers. Another major factor that could have led to the creation of the Canadian 1991 quarter is labor disputes and strikes. Labor disputes, strikes, or work stoppages at a mint can disrupt normal coin production operations.
Mint employees, including coin press operators, engravers, and other key personnel, may participate in strikes to demand better working conditions, higher wages, or other labor-related issues. Strikes often lead to production delays, as mint facilities may operate at reduced capacity or cease production altogether during this strike period. This can result in a backlog of coins that need to be minted once the strike is resolved. A strike can directly impact the mintage numbers for a given year or denomination. If the work strike occurs during the planned production window for a particular coin, the mint might not actually be able to produce as many coins were as originally intended. This can lead to a lower mintage for the affected coin. Strikes may also affect the quality of coins produced during and immediately following the strike period. Mint employees returning to work after a strike may need some time to ensure that the coin presses and equipment are operating smoothly, potentially impacting the quality of the struck coins. In the case of the 1991 Canadian quarter, if there was indeed a strike at the Canadian Mint during that year, it could have contributed to the lower mintage of quarters for that specific date. The disruption in production and potential quality control issues may have led to a scarcity of well-struck uncirculated specimens, further enhancing the coin's rarity and desirability. Now, some of the reasons that the 1991 Canadian quarters are considered so rare compared to their counterparts in the similar date ranges. In 1991, the Canadian Mint produced a significantly lower number of these quarters compared to other years. This limited mintage is a key factor in the coin's rarity. The exact reasons for this low mintage are not always publicly disclosed by mints, but there are a few potential explanations. Economic factors. Economic conditions can influence a mint's decision to reduce coin production. In times of economic uncertainty or budget constraints, mints may reduce the production of certain denominations, including quarters, to save on costs. So, foreseeing the production of the 1992 provincial series, they may have actually reduced the size of the production run for 1991 quarters. I don't think they intended to reduce it that small, but that would definitely be a good reason right there. Supply and demand. If there was a surplus of quarters from previous years in circulation and a reduced demand for new quarters, the mint may have decided to produce fewer coins to avoid an oversupply. While the reverse design of the 1991 quarter was not unique or commemorative, it's possible that the Canadian Mint still opted for a lower mintage that year based on their production plans and priorities. Over time, the low mintage of the 1991 quarter gained the attention of coin collectors and numismatists worldwide. The combination of a low mintage figure and the regular design led to increased demand among collectors, further driving up its rarity and value in the secondary market. Many of the 1991 quarters that were minted entered circulation where they endured wear and tear. As a result, finding well-preserved uncirculated specimens from that year became increasingly challenging, contributing to their rarity. So what do you say we go over some of the specifications and give you guys the potential values if you did ever discover one of these in your pocket change or coin roll hunting? So the Canadian 1991 quarter has a mintage figure of 459,000. It is composed of 100% nickel. It has a weight of 5.05 grams, a diameter of 23.88 millimeters, and a thickness of 1.58 millimeters. The coin was designed and engraved by Dorota Pedri Hunt and Ago Aran for the obverse and Emmanuel Hahn for the reverse. The edge is rated, it is magnetic, and it comes in metal alignment as is the standard for most Canadian coins. Now, one of the greatest things about this 1991 quarter is that it is a coin that retains a premium even on the low end. If you find one of these and it's all beat up and been put through the meat grinder and it's at the very bottom of the Sheldon grading scale, you can still get some decent money for it, around $5 to $10, which is a decent profit considering that you only invested 25 cents to find the coin. But when you start to get into the MS region, you start to see some pretty big price jumps. It can be worth around $10 for an MS60, around $20 for an MS64, and all the way up to $120 for an MS66. And this is a coin that's value is only going to go up over time. It doesn't just have one of the lowest mintage figures of any Canadian coin in the last 50 years, but any coin produced in North America, probably within the last 150 years. This is an incredibly rare coin, but it is one that is fairly modern and they are still floating out there. I've known several Canadian coin roll hunters that have found even a few of these in their coin roll hunts, and I know that you can find them in your pocket change too. So it is definitely a good one to keep your eyes out for, and I only see the value going up on these bad boys as time goes on. Now, before we discuss this Loonie variety, first we should go over the gentleman who is actually featured on this coin. He's a Canadian whose story is not only inspirational, but has made him one of the most beloved and cherished icons in Canadian history, and that man is Terry Fox. Terry Fox was born on July 28, 1958 in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. In the year 1977, at the age of 18, he was tragically diagnosed with bone cancer in his right leg. To prevent the cancer from spreading, Terry's right leg was amputated 6 inches above the knee, and he received a prosthetic limb. While undergoing treatment, Terry was deeply moved by the suffering of cancer patients around him. He then conceived the idea of the Marathon of Hope, a cross-country run to raise awareness and funds for cancer research. Terry believed that if each Canadian donated $1, it could make a significant impact. On April 12, 1980, Terry Fox dipped his artificial leg in the Atlantic Ocean in St. John's, Newfoundland, marking the start of his cross-country run. Despite challenges and skepticism, Terry remained determined to run across Canada to the Pacific Ocean. His journey covered an average of 42 kilometers or 26 miles per day, the equivalent of a marathon. His journey took him through 6 provinces, and he faced physical challenges including blisters, extreme weather, and exhaustion. Along the way, Terry became a national hero, capturing the hearts of Canadians. After running for 143 days and covering 5,373 kilometers, that's 3,339 miles, Terry Fox was forced to stop near Thunder Bay, Ontario on September 1st, 1980. Unfortunately, the cancer had returned and spread to his lungs, making it impossible for him to continue. Terry Fox's Marathon of Hope raised over $24 million for cancer research. He became a symbol of hope, courage, and the power of one individual to make a difference. Terry Fox passed away on June 28, 1981 at the age of 22, but his legacy lives on through the annual Terry Fox Run and the ongoing work of the Terry Fox Foundation. Terry Fox's story continues to inspire people globally, and his impact on cancer research and awareness remains immeasurable. Now, what do you say we get into the coin that you guys are all here to find out about, and that is the 2005 Terry Fox No Grass variety. In the year 2005, the Canadian Mint decided to immortalize Terry Fox by featuring a depiction of his incredible marathon on the reverse of some of the Loonies released for circulation that year. Little known to most, there are actually 2 recognized varieties for this Loonie which gravitate around the presence or density of what should be a patch of grass behind Terry Fox. The more rare of these 2 varieties is the No Grass, which to identify you want to look at the grass in the background behind Terry Fox's ankle. Now, there will still be some grass present in the no grass variety, but it should be more spread out and not quite as dense as the regular grass variety. Now, I will put an example of what the no grass variety looks like on the screen right now, but what I suggest is if you find a 2005 Terry Fox Loonie, that you hold on to it regardless if it is the grass or no grass variety, and you actually use it to compare or as a reference if you do find any more, and you can probably determine a lot more easily whether you have the grass or no grass variety. Now, some of the details and specifications for this coin: the 2005 Terry Fox Loonie has an overall mintage of 12,909,000. It is composed of 91.5% nickel and 8.5% bronze. It has a weight of 7 grams, a diameter of 26.50 millimeters, and a thickness of 1.75 millimeters. The coin was designed and engraved by Susanna Blunt and Susan Taylor for the obverse, and Robert R. Carmichael and Terrence Smith for the reverse. The edge is smooth, it is magnetic, and has a die axis and metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, Australian, and British coins. Now, unfortunately, as is the case with most Canadian Loonie and Toonies, it is very hard to find any that are worth much more than face value, especially when they are pretty beat up. But even though these coins are not worth a fortune today, they do have the potential to increase in value over time, as they have already seen some pretty big price jumps, and only being a few decades old means that if you do find one, it will usually be in pretty good shape. Charlton Catalogs currently evaluates this coin at $150 for an MS66 example, but Coins in Canada gives it a much lower value. Now, MS66 is a very high grade, but it is not the top of the Sheldon scale. It is not quite an MS67, so that is pretty good news. If you are able to cherry pick or find an entire roll of these 2005 Terry Fox Loonies, and they are all the no grass variety, you can probably make a pretty decent profit. I've seen these for sale at some of my local coin shops, and they are usually going for a pretty decent price. But regardless, it is one of the more rare and iconic Canadian loonies that you can look for whether you are searching through your pocket change or coin roll hunting, and definitely a good one to have on your radar. In the year 1968, Canada underwent a significant change in the composition of its 10-cent coins, commonly known as dimes. The Minister of Finance at the time reported that due to a critical shortage of coins in Canada, he had authorized the minting of 75 million 10-cent coins in the United States. This decision was made because the Canadian Mint was fully stretched in addressing the shortage of quarters and was unable to meet the additional production requirements for 10-cent pieces. The difficult task of switching the composition from Canadian coinage from silver to nickel likely prompted the government to seek external assistance, and the United States Mint was contracted to produce a substantial quantity of 10-cent coins. This move was only a temporary measure to alleviate the pressing need for circulating currency in Canada. One significant aspect of the 1968 Canadian dimes is the change in composition. Before 1968, Canadian dimes, along with some other denominations including quarters and half dollars, were primarily made of silver. However, as a cost-saving measure and due to the rising price of silver, the composition of Canadian dimes was switched from silver to nickel in the year 1968. This change also had a noticeable impact on the appearance and metal content of the coins. The switch to nickel composition for Canadian dimes in 1968 marked a broader trend in many countries moving away from silver coins due to economic considerations. The new composition provided a more cost-effective alternative while still maintaining the functionality of the coins in daily transactions. The decision to authorize the minting of these Canadian dimes in the United States and the shift in composition from silver to nickel in 1968 were driven by practical considerations and economic factors reflecting the changing landscape of currency production during that time. Now let's discuss how to identify and differentiate between the Ottawa and Philadelphia 1968 Canadian dimes. The reading on the side of a coin, which consists of raised vertical edges, is a distinct feature that can be used to identify and differentiate between coins minted in different facilities. In the case of the 1968 Canadian dimes, those struck at the Philadelphia Mint and Ottawa Mint can be distinguished by examining the characteristics of the reading. The dimes minted at the Philadelphia Mint, the reading will typically exhibit shorter notches that are spread farther apart. This means that the vertical ridges on the edge of the coin are shorter in length and the spaces between them are wider when compared to dimes struck at the Canadian Mint. Dimes struck at the Ottawa Mint feature larger notches in the reading, and these notches are spread closer together. This results in longer and more closely spaced vertical ridges on the edge of the coin. The specific arrangement and length of the reading serve as a distinctive hallmark for coins produced at the Royal Canadian Mint. By examining the reading pattern, numismatists and collectors can identify the mint of origin for a given 1968 Canadian dime, distinguishing between those struck at the Philadelphia Mint and those minted in Ottawa. This level of detail adds an additional layer of nuance for individuals interested in the history and characteristics of coins from different mint facilities. An official statement was released by the Privy Council Office on August 21, 1968. The Minister of Finance reported that he had authorized the minting of 75 million 10-cent coins in the United States. This was necessary to alleviate a critical shortage of coins in Canada. The Canadian Mint was fully extended in making up the shortage of quarters and could not meet the additional production requirements to provide an adequate quantity of 10-cent pieces. The Cabinet noted the report of the Minister of Finance to the effect that he had authorized the minting of 75 million 10-cent pieces in the United States, and that is a quote from O.G. Stoner, Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet. O.G. Stoner, that is an interesting name. There are three separate mintage figures for the Canadian 1968 dimes. There's the Philadelphia, the Ottawa, and the silver, which was only struck in the Ottawa facility. So first, there's 85,170,000 of the Philadelphia. There's 87,412,930 struck in Ottawa, and 70,460,000 of the silver 1968 Canadian dimes. Some of the details and specifications for the 1968 Philadelphia: it is composed of 100% nickel. It has a weight of 2.07 grams, a diameter of 18.03 millimeters, and a thickness of 1.16 millimeters. The coin was designed and engraved by Arnold Machen for the obverse and Emmanuel Hahn for the reverse. The edge is reeded, it is magnetic, and it has a die-axis in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, British, and Australian coins. Now, in terms of value, the 1968 Philadelphia Mint, if you can identify it, is actually a pretty interesting case because it is not as valuable on the low end as the Ottawa 1968 Canadian 10-cent coin. The silver, of course, you will get melt value for, so it is probably the most valuable if you do happen to find one and it is beat up, worn, and been put through the meat grinder. But if you want to get the maximum amount of money for a Canadian 1968 dime, you want to identify the Philadelphia Mint and hope for a high mint state example. Now, if you can identify the Philadelphia Mint 1968, which will have shorter notches that are spread farther apart on the reading, it can be worth all the way up to $425 for an MS66 example. I have actually found Canadian 1968 dimes composed of nickel that are in a high mint state, maybe not MS67, but definitely pushing MS63 to MS65. So I don't doubt, if you kept your eyes open, that you can maybe find one of these, especially if you busted open a full uncirculated roll of 1968 Canadian dimes. I know there's got to be a few of them still out there, whether they're sitting in coin shops or maybe in the vaults of banks. So just to give you guys an idea in comparison, the 1968 that was struck at the Ottawa facility in Canada is worth around $61 for an MS66. So $425 for the Philadelphia and $61 for the Ottawa Mint. At the high end, it makes the Philadelphia Mint a lot more desirable and valuable, and it's a pretty easy one to identify as well. You just want to throw this under the microscope and inspect the reading. The reverse of the coin was designed by Walter Ott, an Austrian-trained master engraver, artist, and designer who worked at the Royal Canadian Mint in Ottawa. The design shows a constable holding a bamboo-shafted lance carried by members of the RCMP on horseback. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police's horse breeding program began in 1939. In 1973, 134,958,587 quarters were produced for circulation, and proof and specimen coins were also made. The design was changed up from a caribou to the Mountie design, and the obverse die was retooled to ensure proper metal flow. The size of Queen Elizabeth II's obverse portrait was reduced to achieve fine details on the reverse, and the ornamental beading on the obverse was also modified. Virtually all of the 1973 RCMP Centennial Canadian quarters were struck with the smaller busts on the obverse, but a small amount of the coins were produced with the obverse of 1972, creating the two varieties of the small and large bust. The amount of coins with the large bust does not exceed 10,000 according to the Charlton and PCGS guides and website. When the dies were retooled in 1973, it resulted in a smaller portrait of Queen Elizabeth II on the obverse of the coin, with greater refinement to her hair detail. Another way to differentiate between the large and small bust quarter is by the placement of the beads and the top of the letter A in Regina. The large bust quarter has beads that sit close to the rim, and the top of the A points directly to a bead, while the small bust quarter has beads set farther from the rim, and the top of the A points at a spot between two beads. The size of the bust and position of the head on the coin are extremely important details. On the large bust, the beads will appear to touch the rim of the coin, while there is space between the beads and the rim on the small bust quarter. If you're still unsure, one of the best ways is actually to compare it to a 1972 25-cent coin, which will have the large bust and bead arrangement as if it were the 1973 large bust. Now we'll get into the specifications and value of the 1973 Mountie quarters. They are composed of nickel. The monarch on the obverse of the coin is Queen Elizabeth II. It has a weight of 5.1 grams. They have a diameter of 23.8 millimeters, a thickness of 1.6 millimeters. The coin is in metal alignment, as most Canadian coins are, and the edge of the coin is reeded. Now, the Canadian 1973 Mountie quarter comes in all three of the different Canadian finishes that were offered at that time. It comes in a business strike, which will get an MS designation. It comes in a proof strike, which will get the PL designation, and also a specimen, which will get the SP. Now, depending on the finish of the coin, it will heavily affect the value. The business strike is the most valuable of the bunch, but the other ones are quite valuable as well, and it's definitely a good idea to keep your eye open, especially at flea markets and if you're buying coins in an estate sale or maybe in a lot on eBay.
So in terms of value, the 1973 small bust business strike is worth around $1 for an MS-60, and it can actually be worth all the way up to $61 for an MS-65. Now that is for the small bust quarter. Now the 1973 large bust is worth $346 for an MS-60 example, and it can be worth all the way up to $3,240 for an MS-65. That is buku, insane amounts of money. Now in my coin roll hunts, I have found thousands and thousands of the 1973 Mountie quarters. I still personally have not found any of the large busts. I have known people that have found a large bust before. If you were to find one of these in a high mint state, you can make some really good money off of it. And chances are, if you do find one of these coin roll hunting, it is probably going to be the business strike. Now let's get into the proof strikes. The 1973 proof strike is only worth around $1 in a PL64. It can be worth up to $39.20 for a PL67. The 1973 large bust proof strike can be worth around $177 for a PL63 and all the way up to $677 for a PL67. So even if you were able to identify a set that contains the 1973 large bust quarter and you pay like $100 for it, if it's in decent shape, you can send it off to be graded by a company like PCGS, NGC, maybe ICCS, and make quite a return on the coin. Now lastly, we will discuss the specimen finishes for these coins. First, the 1973 small bust. It's worth around $1.94 for a specimen 66, and it can be worth all the way up to $14.70 for a specimen 67. The 1973 large bust specimen can be worth around $173 for an SP64 and all the way up to $539 for an MS67. Now I have actually owned 1973 specimen sets. You can usually pick them up from your local coin shops for a pretty decent price. I'm guessing that they have probably done their due diligence and checked for the large bust already. So your best chance of finding sets that may contain the large bust quarter are probably in flea markets, estate sales, or maybe in a lot on eBay or Facebook Marketplace. In the year 1964, the reverse die had a significant crack above the water lines on the left side of the beaver. This crack appears like an additional waterline, creating what is known as the extra waterline variety for the 1964 nickel. There is another error for the 1964 nickel. It is known as the whistling queen. To identify it, you need to look beside the queen's mouth on the obverse of the coin for a die clash that would make it appear like she is whistling. Now there is actually a third variety that you can look for the Canadian 1964 nickels. It is not nearly as well known as the others, but it is definitely a lot more valuable, and that is the 1964 nickel in coin alignment. Canadian coins are usually meant to be struck in metal alignment, meaning when you flip the coin around, the orientation of the obverse and reverse will both be facing in the same direction. A good example of coin alignment would be American currency. Their coins are oriented so that the obverse and reverse are 180 degrees flipped from each other. This can also be known as a rotated die error. There are a few well-known Canadian dates that can contain this error. 1967 is a very well-known date. The 1967 Canadian rabbit nickels can be worth huge money if you find one with a rotated die, but the 1964 is definitely no exception. If you find one of these with a rotated die, it can be worth some huge money. Now, some of the specifications of the 1964 nickel: it has a diameter of 21.21 millimeters. It is composed of 99.99% nickel, and it has a weight of 4.54 grams. The 1964 nickel has an overall mintage of 78,075,000 of 68, and it portrays a portrait of a youthful Queen Elizabeth II on the obverse of the coin. So what do you say we get into the values for some of these incredibly rare 1964 nickel varieties? I'm actually going to start with the 1964 with no errors or varieties, just the plain 1964 Canadian nickel, just to basically give it a base in terms of value. Now, the 1964 Canadian nickel is not worth much at all if it's in a low MS state. It's actually only worth $1 if it's from an MS60 to an MS61, but it can actually be worth all the way up to $376 if you get one in an MS67, which is an incredibly high grade designation. So chances are rolls that are floating around these days probably don't contain nickels that will be graded that high. So as we go along here, you will find that these nickels will increase in value. Next up is the 1964 Whistling Queen. So as I mentioned earlier, to identify this, you basically want to look to the right hand side of Queen Elizabeth's mouth, and if you see a small die clash that looks like the Queen may be spitting or whistling, then you might have one incredibly rare nickel. In terms of value, just to give you an idea, when the 1964 is worth around $1 for an MS-60, the 1964 Whistling Queen is worth about $10 for an MS-60. Now on the high end, it can be worth around $270 for an MS-65, but if it were to grade any higher, I'm sure you would see a significant price jump. It could easily be $500, $600 for an MS-66 example, and that is the 1964 Whistling Queen. The 1964 extra waterline nickel is probably one of the most well-known Canadian nickel errors of the last 50 years. The rarity and scarcity of these things is not to be understated. I have hunted thousands and thousands of dollars in Canadian nickels, and it is still one I have yet to find. It is definitely on my bucket list, along with the 1991 quarter. Those are two coins that are super elusive for me, but hopefully one day will be my day. But in terms of value, the 1964 extra waterline can even be pretty valuable on the low end. It can be worth around $10 to $20, even in a low grade state if it's all beat up and worn. People want this thing for their collection or to fill their books out. It can be worth around $45 to $50 in the low MS range, and all the way up to $1,960 for an MS-65 example. Now to identify the extra waterline, you want to look to the left of the beaver, and you will look for a die crack that is running along the KG initials that will make it appear as if there is an extra waterline. Now you don't actually even really need a microscope to identify this one. You can see it with the naked eye, or you could even just zoom in with your phone. So this is definitely one of the best varieties to look for. I have known other coin roll hunters that have found them. I know they are out there, but they are extremely rare, and they are pretty much a holy grail of the modern Canadian nickels. So the last one we are going to discuss today is the 1964 in coin alignment. As I mentioned, Canadian coins are usually made in metal alignment, meaning that the obverse and reverse are facing in the same orientation, but when a coin is in coin alignment, it means they are rotated 180 degrees. It can also be known as a rotated die. In terms of value, there aren't any super high MS examples of this, but it can be worth around $2,510 for a low grade MS example. So MS-60, MS-61, if you were to find one of these and it scored MS-65, you could easily be talking a $10,000 nickel. So this is by far the rarest and most valuable of the Canadian 1964 nickel errors and varieties to look for, and that is the 1964 in coin alignment.
For those curious about the possibility of stumbling upon such coins in your pocket change, it's very important to note that the chances are pretty much slim to nil. However, if a coin appears unusual or deviates from the standard circulation coinage designs, it may be worth having it examined by an expert or professional numismatist, as it could potentially be a rare or pattern trial piece. So now that I've given you some context on how these coins come into existence and how incredibly rare they truly are, what do you say we discuss the coin that you are all here to find out about, and that is the 1964 commemorative pattern tin dollar. Now you might be asking why I am referring to this coin as a tin dollar and not a silver dollar, and that is because a few of these Holy Grail trial coins were produced in a tin composition. It is not uncommon for mints to experiment with metal compositions, and it would seem like they were considering producing the Canadian dollar coins in tin around the year 1964. The reverse of this coin features the typical commemorative Charlottetown, Quebec conference design, but the obverse of this piece is incredibly unique. Instead of bearing the effigy of the reigning monarch, as is the norm for circulating Canadian coinage, the face of the obverse on this pattern piece is almost blank, except for a small strange symbol near the center. Now I wish I could give you guys some more information on the obverse design. I'm not too sure what it represents, but it almost honestly looks like an old Mexican pillar dollar or a counter stamp mark. Either the Canadian Mint was considering the possibility of removing the effigy from the silver dollar, or possibly they just used this to differentiate the trial or pattern 1964 tin dollar. Although this coin is not considered a proof strike, the relief on the reverse design for this coin is much higher than in the standard 1964 silver dollar. This factor, along with the unique obverse, sets it apart and adds to its intrigue and allure in the numismatic world. Now, some of the details and specifications for this coin, if any of these are off at all, it may indicate that this is not a legitimate example. This 1964 $10 should have a weight of 26.9 grams and a diameter of 35.5 millimeters. The edge of this coin will actually be plain instead of reeded, which would also be a major visual differentiator and sets it apart from the common issue 1964 silver dollars. As I mentioned previously, the reverse should feature the Charlottetown, Quebec commemorative conference design with a higher relief than the standard issue, and the obverse of this piece should be blank with a small marking or symbol in the center. Usually pattern or trial coins will receive an SP or specimen designation if they were sent off to a reputable grading company such as PCGS or NGC, but there are a few cases like this 1964 $10 where it will actually receive the standard MS grade. Charlton Catalogs classifies this coin as DC13, and if you were to find one of these and it scored between an MS63 to MS64, then it can be worth up to $50,000. There are very few known examples of this coin, with one actually being featured in the National Currency Collection. As is the case with most trial or pattern coins, there are usually only a few made, and they are usually disposed of or scooped up pretty quickly by mint employees, but that doesn't mean that you can't find one of these, especially if you are able to find an uncirculated bag or roll of Canadian 1964 silver dollars. It's also a great idea to keep your eyes open on online auctions and sites like eBay, as sometimes people can sell things that they don't always know exactly what they have. There is a chance that someone might think that they have a coin with post-mint damage and can sell this for near silver melt, and if you could pick one of these up and actually identify it as the correct coin, you can make a huge profit. Chances are it's probably going to be a counterfeit if you are buying it off an online auction site or off of a site like Wish or Alibaba, but at the same time, it is always good to be armed with a little bit of knowledge, especially when you are dealing with coins like this 1964 trial or pattern $10. The 1964 Canadian silver dollars are fairly common issues. They make quite a few of them. I've actually owned many of them myself, so this is definitely a good one to keep your eyes out for, and another incredible coin that deserves its place in the annals of Canadian numismatic history. Now, here are some of the factors that could contribute to lower mintages for certain years for Canadian coins, which could potentially make them more rare and valuable to collectors. Economic factors such as periods of economic downturn or instability could impact the demand for coins. Lower economic activities might result in reduced coin production. Shifts in public demand for specific coin denominations or changes in payment habits could influence the need for certain coin denominations. Fluctuations in the prices and availability of metals used in coin production, such as copper and zinc, can affect mintages. Higher metal costs might lead to reduced coin production. Advances in minting technology and production processes can influence the efficiency of coin production. If the mint adopted more efficient methods, it might affect the overall mintage. Events such as wars, political changes, or other significant societal events can impact coin production. For example, during wartime, resources might be diverted for war efforts, affecting coin production. Technical issues, maintenance, or other challenges at the minting facilities could also lead to lower mintages for specific years. Also, the introduction of new coin designs or modifications to existing designs can sometimes lead to lower initial mintages as people adjust to the change. Collectors might also be interested in the first year for a new design. Some coins might also be hoarded or melted down for their metal content, leading to a reduction in the number of coins available for circulation or that are able to be collected. Now, the three most sought after dates when it comes to the King George V small cents and the coins that you are here to find out about are the years 1922, 1923, and 1925. Now, I'm excluding the 1936 dot from this list because it is a holy grail coin and it usually will come out of a specimen set. It is not saying that there might not be a few of them floating out there in the wilds of circulation or in a collection, but usually if you stumble across a coin like that, it is going to be a counterfeit. There aren't any notable errors or varieties known for the dates 1922, 1923, and 1925. Instead, their value actually comes from their incredibly low mintages. In the world of numismatics, considering how many billions of Canadian pennies were struck between the years 1858 until their discontinuation in 2012, with mintage figures floating around $1 million apiece, these are not only incredibly scarce compared to low mintage American coins, but also very rare and hard to find when it comes to collecting Canadian pennies. Now, some of the details and specifications for these coins, if any of these are off and may indicate that the coin is not a legitimate example, online auction sites are rife with counterfeit coins, so these are a few that can be very suspect, especially if discovered in good condition in this day and age. If you do find any of these dates, you definitely want to get a second opinion. Now, I have actually ordered some counterfeit examples of some of the most rare Canadian coins of all time to give you guys an example of how bad this problem currently is. So stay tuned for that video. It's going to be released over the next couple weeks. Now, the specs and mintage figures for the 1922, 1923, and 1925 pennies are as followed. First, we will start with the mintage figures for these three coins. The 1922 small cent has a mintage figure of 7,601,627. The 1923 penny has a mintage figure of 1,019,022. The mintage figure for the 1925 is the lowest of the three. It has a mintage figure of 1,622. Now, the specifications for all three of these small cents are the same and are as followed. They all have a composition of 95% copper, 3% tin, and 1.5% zinc. They have a weight of 3.24 grams, a diameter of 19.05 millimeters. The edge is plain or smooth. They are in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, British, and Australian coins. The obverse was designed and engraved by Sir Edgar Bertram McKennell, and the reverse by Fred Lewis. Now, unlike many of the other coins that I cover on this channel, these coins are actually pretty valuable to find on the low end, especially for pennies. Even if you find them in absolutely terrible beat up condition and they have been put through the meat grinder, you can still get a couple of bucks for these coins. So first, we will start with the 1922 small cent. On the low end, it can be worth around $11 for an AG3. Now, that is at the absolute bottom of the Sheldon scale. Even though these pennies are a little bit older, I have known some people that have been able to find them. If you're able to get your hands on some wild penny rolls, or God forbid, a box of pennies from the bank, then you may just be able to get lucky and score one of these dates. Now, the 1922 can be worth around $29.70 for an F12 and around $125 for an AU50. Now, as we start to get into the mint region, the 1922 can be worth around $231 for an MS60, around $1,380 for an MS63, and all the way up to $10,500 for an MS65, which is currently the highest evaluated example. Now, up next is going to be the 1923 Canadian small cent. It can be worth around $15 for an AG3, which is at the absolute bottom of the Sheldon scale. It can be worth around $40 for a VG8 and all the way up to $154 for an AU50 example. As we start to get into the mint range, the 1923 can be worth around $327 for an MS60 and all the way up to $4,530 for an MS64. So it is a bit more rare and valuable than the 1922, and it has a lower mintage figure, so that is not surprising. Now, last but not least, we have the 1925, which is probably the most rare and valuable standard issue King George V small cent. This is the one that everybody looks for. It is a key date for sure, with a super low mintage figure just around $1 million. Some of these were probably destroyed, which makes finding examples nowadays even harder, but I have known coin roll hunters that have discovered 1925s. Now, when it comes to value, it is actually only worth $12.80 for an AG3, so still very valuable for a penny on the low end, but not quite as valuable as the 1923. It can be worth around $31 for a VG8 and all the way up to $107 for an AU50 example. Now, as we start to get into the mint state region, the 1925 is worth around $227 for an MS60, $2,660 for an MS64, and this bad boy can be worth all the way up to $6,900 for an EF40. So when it comes to the values and prices of these pennies, they fluctuate pretty rapidly and they go up and down. It depends on the collector's market, but honestly, depending on which one you want the most, I would want to have the 1925. It has the lowest mintage figure, and currently an MS66 is the highest graded known example. But even though the 1922 isn't worth as much on the low end, it is actually worth the much on the high end, worth around $10,500 for an MS65. So that would definitely be a nice one to find if it was in good condition.
Now, let's briefly discuss pattern or trial coins. Most pattern essays or trial coins were not officially approved for release, but produced to evaluate a proposed coin design, a new or revised coinage, or to test the metal composition, dies, or structure of a new coin. And when it comes to pattern, trial, and essay coins, usually there will only be a few known examples of the piece, if any, and they usually don't leave the mint facility unless intended, and they are quickly snatched up, graded, and accounted for. I don't want to say that there's a 0% chance that you will ever stumble across one of these in the wild, but if you were, it would definitely be a gift from the coin gods. The thing that makes this coin great, as opposed to some other errors and varieties, is how easy it would be to identify. Silver coins are non-magnetic and nickel coins will stick to a magnet. The thing that makes this 1967 mackerel trial piece so special is that it is actually composed of nickel instead of all the other mackerel dimes which were made of silver that year. This is most likely the result of experimentation by the Canadian Mint to test nickel planchettes, or maybe they planned on releasing some of the commemorative coins in nickel as well, but regardless, it's another great legendary coin to have on your radar. If you do ever happen to have a 1967 mackerel dime that appears like it may not be silver or has a more dull tone, all you have to do is hit it with a magnet, and if it sticks, you have one of the rarest Canadian dimes in existence. Another identifying factor that makes this coin different from its silver counterparts is its weight. This nickel planchette pattern will weigh 2.1 grams, and the silver mackerels should weigh 2.33 grams. There are actually a few other similar cases of coins where the Canadian Mint will experiment and these holy grail pieces are born. One other good example would be the 1967 Bobcat quarter, which is pretty much the exact same case as this dime. It was a pattern or trial piece struck on a nickel planchette, and it can be worth some really good money as well. Some of the details and specifications for this coin: the overall mintage for the 1967 mackerel dime is 32,309,135. The trial pattern piece is composed of 99% nickel. It has a weight of 2.1 grams, a diameter of 18.03 millimeters. It is magnetic. The face value is 10 cents, and it is in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian coins. Now that we've discussed some of the history and how to identify this coin, what do you say we get into the value of this extremely rare piece of Canadian numismatic history? If you were to ever send this coin in to be graded, it would be classified as a specimen and get an SP designation, as that is the designation most Canadian pattern or trial coins will receive. So as I mentioned earlier on, there are only a few known examples currently for this coin. If you were to find one and it scored an SP63, it would be worth around $3,000. It can be worth around $4,000 for an SP64, and this bad boy can be worth all the way up to $5,000 for an SP65, which, as far as I can tell, is the highest graded known example currently. If you were to ever find one and it scored any higher, you would probably see some pretty big price jumps, and I would not doubt that the price of this coin starts to double, and if it hits around an SP67, it could easily be worth anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000. So even though there is not too many of these known to exist, and very few of them probably left the mint facility, it is definitely still a good one to have on your radar. I have found 1967 mackerel dimes coin roll hunting and in my pocket change before. They are still out there in the wild, and you can definitely fish them out if you keep your eyes open. Now, 1968 was the last year for silver circulation coins in Canada, but about half of the 1968 dimes and quarters were made out of the new intended metal nickel. All of the 1967 Bobcat or Lynx quarters were produced in silver, but unknown to some, there's an extremely rare Holy Grail variety of these coins that can be worth insane money. Some of the 1967 Bobcat quarters were accidentally struck with nickel planchettes. It is unclear how many, but it is estimated that there are only 5 to 10 of these coins still in existence. One of these coins, which was certified by PCGS with a grade of Specimen 64, was sold by Heritage Auctions in 2019. This may be the only certified example of this coin. Being able to tell the difference between the silver and nickel Bobcat should be pretty easy, as the nickel planchette would be magnetic and the silver would not. There are not any notable varieties for the 1967 coins, but if you guys are familiar at all with the 1967 rabbit nickel or the 1967 goose dollar, there are a few notable varieties for those, mostly rotated die varieties, and also sometimes they can have machine doubling, most notably on the 1967 pennies. So I would always keep my eye open for errors on the 1967 coins. They produced a lot of them and they had to pump them out in a short amount of time. So the specifications for the regular 1967 Canadian quarter, if any of these are off, it might indicate that you have the nickel planchette as well. Now the alloy is supposed to be 80% silver and 20% copper, or it can come in a 50% silver or 50% copper composition. The weight is 5.83 grams. It has a diameter of 23.88 millimeters. The edge is reeded. It is non-magnetic and it has a die axis in metal alignment. Now, what do you say we get into the values for the 1967 nickel planchette Holy Grail quarter? I'm sure you are all curious. Now, just to give you guys an idea, a regular 1967 Bobcat is worth about $350 in a low MS grade, not worth much more than melt or scrap, but it can be worth all the way up to $77 for an MS65. If you were to get a cameo designation, it may add a premium as well. Canadian 1967 coins were also released in proof-like and specimen sets, and the Canadian nickel planchette Bobcat quarter actually has a specimen designation, meaning that most of them were probably pulled out of specimen sets. Most of the Canadian specimen coins and sets produced before the year 1970 are extremely rare and valuable, but Canadian 1967 specimen sets are not quite as rare as the other ones produced before the year 1970. The pro is they did come with a gold coin, and if you purchased it back in the day, it was not a whole lot of money to buy the set and you would have made a huge profit. But if you want to buy the set with the gold coin, you're looking at least $1,500 to $2,000, especially if you are actually paying gold value for the coin itself. But the other commemorative coins inside of the set are not that rare. The only way the other coins in the 1967 specimen sets can have an extreme premium is if they come with a very nice cameo on them. But a lot of the times the coins were toned in an undesirable way, which takes some of the value away from them. But just to give you guys an idea, the 1967 Canadian proof-like Bobcat quarter, the proof-like sets are very common as well. Usually you can pick those up for pretty close to spot price, but it's worth around $6.60 for a proof-like 63 example, so not worth much more than melt, and it's worth around $44.10 for a proof-like 66 example. And then we have the regular specimen 1967. Now this is worth around $8 for an MS63. It can be worth all the way up to $47 in the high SP range, and it is not super valuable. If it gets that cameo attribution, it might add a slight premium, but they are not super rare for the proof-like and specimen 1967 Bobcat quarters. But last but not least, we have the extremely rare Holy Grail 1967 Bobcat quarter struck on a nickel planchette. Now the only example we know that is graded currently is an SP64, and it sold for $3,800 US in 2019 in heritage auctions. That is some crazy buku money, and it is a good variety to look for. Even though they're in specimen sets, you never know if one of these maybe made their way into circulation. And if you are an avid collector and you like to visit coin shops or flea markets, definitely keep your eyes out for 1967 specimen sets, and you can probably tell the Bobcat quarter apart from the others because the others will be in silver composition, and I'm sure the Bobcat quarter will look a lot more dull than those ones.
The 1936 bar Canadian dime stands as a highly coveted coin heir, renowned for its significant value in the numismatic realm. This particular heir is characterized by the presence of a distinctive bar or die crack that intricately joins the two bottom bows on the reverse side of the coin. Interestingly, despite the undeniable appeal and rarity of the 1936 bar dime, it's worth noting that the grading company ICCS currently does not officially recognize the bar variety for the 10-cent denomination. This actually adds an extra layer of exclusivity to these coins, making them even more sought after by collectors. For the 25-cent denomination, the criteria for acknowledging the bar variety by ICCS, they stipulate that the bar must be sufficiently strong and easily visible under 5 times magnification for it to be officially recognized and labeled as a bar on their holder. In the realm of coin collecting, nuances matter, and the intricacies of the die crack play a crucial role in determining the coin's classification. There have actually been several recorded instances over the past decade where ICCS has refrained from designating certain 1936 bars as their proper designation. This decision often hinges on the perception of the die crack. Even if the crack is complete, ICCS may withhold the bar designation if the crack is exceptionally faint. These nuances underscore the meticulous nature of coin grading and the importance of understanding the specific criteria applied by certification services. As collectors seek to add these rare and distinctive 1936 bar Canadian dimes to their holdings, the delicate dance between visibility and completeness of the die crack adds an intriguing layer to the allure of these numismatic treasures. Now, while the 1936 Canadian bar dime holds its own rarity and value in the realm of coin collecting, it does not quite reach the iconic status of the 1936 dot dime, which is considered one of the most coveted and valuable Canadian coins of all time. The 1936 dot dime is distinguished by the inclusion of a small dot placed below the date on the reverse side of the coin. In comparison, the 1936 bar dime, with its die crack joining the two bottom bows on the reverse, is indeed rare and sought after by collectors, but it does not carry the same historical and minting distinction as the 1936 dot dime. And while the 1936 bar dime may not command the same astronomical values as its dot counterpart, its scarcity and the intricacies of the die crack contribute to its appeal within the numismatic community. Collectors often find joy in assembling sets that include these distinct varieties, appreciating the uniqueness and historical context that each coin brings to their collection. Now, some of the details and specifications for this coin, if any of them are off, then it may indicate that it is not an authentic example. The mintage figure for the 1936 Canadian dime is 2,460,871, and the 1936 bar error is included in that mintage figure. It has a composition of 80% silver and 20% copper. It has a weight of 2.32 grams, a diameter of 18.03 millimeters. The coin was designed and engraved by Sir E.B. McKennell for the obverse and W.H.J. Blakemore for the reverse. The edge is reeded. It is non-magnetic and has a die axis and metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, Australian, and British coins. Now, in terms of its value, this is a coin that does command a premium even on the low end, and this is definitely a good one that you can fish out of scrap silver purchases. That would be my best bet. If you want to find one of these nowadays, chances are you're probably not going to be pulling too many 1936s out of your coin roll hunts unless you get lucky and maybe get a collection dump. But the 1936 bar can be worth around $17.90 for a BG8 example. That isn't right at the bottom, but it is almost at the bottom of the grading scale. It can be worth around $123 for an AU50. And then as we start to get into the mint state region, it can be worth around $221 for an MS60 and around $824 for an MS64, which is the highest graded listed example on coins in Canada. Now, just to give you an idea, the 1936 without any errors is worth around $193 for an MS64, and then the 1936 bar is worth $824. So the regular 1936 actually has a higher listed price. It's worth around $1,420 for an MS67. So if you did ever find any of these and you managed to score that really high grade, you would easily be talking a $10,000 to $20,000 coin. For those that are intrigued by these mule coins, their acquisition becomes a pursuit of both historical and numismatic significance. These coins offer collectors not only a tangible link to the past, but also a testament to the variability in the coin production process. The convergence of design elements on a single coin serves as a testament to the rich history of Canadian coinage, where occasional errors and deviations from the norm result in coins that stand out as exceptionally rare and valuable pieces among collectors. Now, one coin that can be found within this remarkable numismatic landscape of mule coins is the 1870 Newfoundland mule, with only 2 known specimens currently residing in the Bank of Canada Museum. This rare breed of coin possesses a unique element and features the obverse of the 10-cent Newfoundland coins and the reverse of the Canadian 10 cents. The intricacies of these mule coins adds a layer of fascination to their historical and collectible significance. Now, this fascinating anomaly occurred in the production process of some Newfoundland 10-cent coins. It was during this phase that some of these coins were inadvertently struck using the reverse die for Canada's 10-cent coin. The result was the creation of these unique mule coins, which blend elements from different coin designs, bridging the gap between Newfoundland and Canada's numismatic heritage. For those that are eager to discern whether they possess one of these rare mule coins, there is a definitive criteria to identify them. The key lies in the inscription on the obverse, where if it reads Newfoundland coupled with the distinctive crossed maple bows with the crown design on the reverse of the coin, then it is classified as a mule. This straightforward method offers collectors a clear guideline for authenticating these extraordinary specimens within their own coin collections. The rarity and exclusivity of the 1870 10-cent mule coin is underscored by the fact that there are only 2 of these coins that are currently documented and are both safeguarded within the esteemed confines of the Bank of Canada Museum. Their presence within the museum's collection adds a layer of prestige to these numismatic treasures, further emphasizing their significance in the broader context of Canadian coinage. Now, some of the details and specifications for the 1871 mule, if any of these are off, it may indicate that it is not an authentic example. Online marketplaces like Temu, AliExpress, and eBay are just absolutely littered with fake and counterfeit examples of Canadian coins, and this 1871 mule would be an example that there could definitely be counterfeits out there floating around, so you definitely want to do your due diligence and make sure that all of these specs are on point if you do have one of these coins. Now, one unique thing about the 1871 mule is it will have an H mint mark on both the obverse and reverse of the coin. The H mint mark on the obverse will be located under the bust of Queen Victoria, and on the reverse it will be located under the bow. This indicates that the coin was struck at the Heaton Mint in Birmingham, and that is most likely where this error occurred. Now, the mintage figure for the 1871 that was not struck at the Heaton Mint is 800,000. The mintage figure for the 1871 H mint mark or Heaton Mint is 1,870,000. But technically, this mule coin was actually struck on a Newfoundland 10-cent coin, and it was accidentally paired with the Canadian reverse. So technically, it is not included in the Canadian mintage figure. It would be included in the Newfoundland mintage figure. Now, some of the details and specifications for the Canadian 1871 dime. It is composed of 92.5% silver and 7.5% copper, or sterling silver as it is more commonly known. It has a weight of 2.33 grams, a diameter of 18.03 millimeters. The coin was designed and engraved by Leonard C. Wyan for the obverse and reverse. The edge is reeded. It is non-magnetic, and it has a diaxis and coin alignment, which is usually the standard for American coins. Now, when it comes to values, I could not actually find any values or priced estimates on any websites or in any coin guides, but if I had to give an estimate for this coin, I would say that you could get anywhere around $5,000 if it's at the very bottom of the Sheldon scale. So even if it is beat up, worn, and been put through the meat grinder, if you can identify the wording for Newfoundland on the obverse, and then it has the Canadian reverse, then you have yourself an incredibly rare coin. It might be one of the rarest Canadian 10-cent coins of all time, or Newfoundland, whatever you want to classify this as. In terms of its high-end value, I don't doubt if it's scored in the high MS range, you could easily get $100,000 for this coin. Chances are, if you did find one at this point, it would be pretty beat up and worn, and it is not going to be in a mint state. But never say never, crazier things have happened. Maybe one fell behind one of the presses. However it is that these incredibly rare and valuable Holy Grail coins make their way from the mint out into circulation or into people's collections is not entirely known, but it does happen, and it is always good to have an idea of what to look for so you don't accidentally let a coin that is worth a fortune go back into the wilds of circulation, or you just sell it for its silver melt value. Now, in conclusion, the tale of the 1870 10-cent mule coin unfolds a captivating chapter in the narrative of Canadian coins, where both the fusion of Newfoundland and Canada's numismatic elements create a distinct and rare category. These mule coins represent not only a tangible piece of history, but also an opportunity to engage with the fascinating intricacies of coin production and the occasional errors that result in the creation of these exceptional and highly sought after numismatic specimens. Now, what do you say we get into the coin that we all came here for, the king of Canadian coins, or the king of silver dollars, as it is commonly referred to as? The 1948 King George VI Canadian dollar is an extremely highly sought after coin in Canadian numismatics. It is the rarest and most valuable regular issue coin in the series of Canadian silver dollars minted from 1935 to 1967. This coin has an extremely limited mintage and holds a significant place in Canadian coin history.
The 1948 silver dollar looks similar, if not identical, to the other King George VI silver dollar coins of the era, except for the date 1948 is the only thing that makes it stand out and adds the value to the coin. It only has a silver content of 80%. It is not even made of sterling silver like some of the earlier Canadian coinage. The obverse of the coin was designed by T.H. Paget, while its reverse was designed by Emmanuel Hahn and features a Canadian voyager and Native American cruising in a canoe under the northern lights on an evergreen traced lake. However, there is one minor and important change that affected the 1948 Canadian dollars. Production of the Canadian dollar was suspended in the year 1940 due to Canada's involvement in World War II. When the war ended in 1945, there was social upheaval and brewing in India, which was still under British rule. India gained independence on August 15, 1947, which affected the production of Canadian dollars. The new dies reflecting India's independence had not yet been prepared at the Royal Canadian Mint, so production of 1947 dated coinage continued into the year 1948, with those predated silver dollars containing that small maple leaf to the bottom right-hand side of the 7. Now, although the 1947 Canadian silver dollars can be extremely rare and valuable depending on which variety you have and also the grade, the Canadian Mint didn't start producing silver dollars with the date of 1948 until about halfway through the year. Also, once they received the new equipment and dies to start producing the new coins, there was a delay in production which affected the overall number of coins made. Only 18,780 1948 Canadian silver dollars were ever produced, including a few special coins made in specimen sets as well. Even coins that have been circulated or scrubbed with steel wool are extremely rare and can still fetch $1,000 today, even in the worst conditions. So some of the specifications for this coin, if any of these are off, it might indicate that it is a counterfeit. When a coin is usually this rare and has such a limited mintage, it will usually be pretty common for counterfeits to be produced, and I can guarantee you there has been a fair number of 1948 Canadian silver dollar counterfeits produced over the years. If they're pumping out the Canadian Toonie in counterfeits, then they have definitely made a few of these and tried to pass them off and sell them at coin shops or maybe pawn shops over the years. But the specifications for the 1948 Canadian silver dollar, it is composed of 80% silver. It has a portrait of King George VI on the obverse of the coin. It should have a weight of 23.33 grams, a diameter of 36.06 millimeters, a thickness of 2.8 millimeters. It is in metal alignment like all Canadian coins come. The shape is round and the edge is reeded. Now let's discuss the values for what has to be definitely one of the most valuable silver dollars, not only in Canada, but the entire world. This can be worth a lot of money, even on the low end. The 1948 Canadian silver dollar can fetch you a minimum of $588 if it scores a VG8, which is basically the bottom of the Sheldon scale. So that is a coin that has seen a fair amount of wear and circulation and has been put through the meat grinder, and you can still get almost $600 for it. If you guys are ever wondering where to sell your coins, my suggestion is to find your nearest local coin shop, take your coins in to be appraised there. I get asked that all the time. Where can I sell my coins? If I have this coin, who will buy it off of me? Local coin shops are the best option to go, or auction sites are another good option. Now, on the high end, the 1948 Canadian silver dollar can be worth $2,220 for an MS-60 example. And this bad boy can be worth all the way up to $61,700 for an MS-66, which, as we know right now, is the highest graded example. If you're able to find one of these and it did get the MS-67 attribution, you could easily be talking a $100,000 coin. Now, the Canadian Mint did not officially start producing proof sets until the year 1953, so there are no Canadian 1948 silver proof-like dollars, but they did produce specimen sets in the year 1948. These 1948 specimen dollars are extremely rare and valuable, but not nearly as valuable as the circulation silver dollars. So if you aren't picky and you're looking to fill out a hole in your collection, the Canadian 1948 specimen silver dollar might be a great option. And honestly, the finish and strike quality on it is usually much better than the circulation strikes anyways. So you're honestly paying less money for a better coin in terms of the 1948 specimen silver dollar. In terms of value, it can be worth around $2,500 for a specimen 60 example, which is on the low end of the SP scale. It can be worth around $4,900 for an SP63 example, and all the way up to $13,500 for an SP66. If it got the SP67 designation, it could easily push $20,000. If it got a cameo attribution as well, could definitely add a premium to the coin. the year 1969, a production mishap occurred during the creation of the Canadian dimes, resulting in an error in the matrices. By mistake, a portion of the coins produced had the large date feature instead of the intended small date. Since multiple coins are struck simultaneously by various machines, a mixture of both large date and small date coins emerged. Presently, there are around 20 confirmed instances of these error coins, but it is believed that there are still around 20 to 30 out in circulation that remain undiscovered. To identify this coin, you have to look at the date on the reverse of the coin. I will show an example of what both the small and large dates look like, but what I highly suggest is that if you find a Canadian dime from the year 1968, hold on to it, because the date on the 1968 dime was only struck in the large size and the size of the numerals was reduced the following year, or at least so we thought. So if you compare the size of the date on your 1969 dime and the size looks similar to the date on the 1968, then you may have yourself a holy grail coin. The examples of this coin that have been discovered are usually not in the greatest condition and at best are barely pushing mint state. If you were ever to find a legitimate example of one of these and it scored higher in the MS range, it could easily be one of the most valuable Canadian coins of all time. Though there are only few known examples, it is very rare that an actual estimate exists for the amount of Holy Grail coins that could still be found floating around in the wilds of circulation, and this is one where if you hunt dimes regularly, you can definitely validate the lack of other good stuff to look for. So now that we've given you some information on how this coin came into existence and how to identify it, what do you say we discuss the specifications and potential value? The specifications of the 1969 large date dime should be exactly the same as the 1969 small date, except for the size of the numerals on the date. It is composed of 100% nickel. It has a weight of 2.07 grams, a diameter of 18.03 millimeters, a thickness of 1.16 millimeters. The obverse was designed by Arnold Mockin and Myron Cook. The reverse was designed by Emmanuel Hahn and Myron Cook. The edge of the coin is reeded, it is magnetic, and the die axis is in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian coins. So let's get into the values for the 1969 large date dime. First, just to give you an idea in comparison, the highest graded known example of the 1969 currently is an AU50, which is just before the MS mark. As I mentioned earlier, if you were to find one of these and it did score anywhere in the mid-MS range, this would be an incredibly rare and valuable Canadian dime that could easily be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. And one of the best things about this 1969 large date dime is it is not actually that old. I have found 1970 nickels, dimes, quarters that are in a high mint state, so your chance of being able to find one of these and it's in decent condition aren't the worst ever. Hopefully someone didn't find one of these and bash it with a hammer not knowing what it is, but you never know. To find one of these even at the absolute bottom of the Sheldon scale would be a nice little treat. So just to give you guys an idea of value, the 1969 small date can be worth up to 20 cents for an AU50, which is 2 times its face value. It can be worth a couple dollars when it starts to hit the MS region. It can be worth $10, $20 when it starts to hit around an MS 65. Now, when it comes to the 1969 large date, on the very bottom end of the Sheldon scale, it is worth $11,300 for an F12. So that is not the absolute bottom. The absolute bottom of the Sheldon scale is an about good or a good, which is a 3 or a 4 out of the 70-point system, but an F12 is still pretty low, not the greatest shape ever, that is for sure, and you're still getting over $10,000 for this dime. Now, on the high end, one of the highest graded known examples is an AU50, and it can be worth around $21,200 for an AU50 example. And as I mentioned earlier on, it is estimated that somewhere around 20 or 30 of these are still floating around in the wilds of circulation. So I suggest that you guys, if you have your piggy banks, you go bust it open, look through your dimes, because if you were to find one of these and it has been through the meat grinder, you can still make over $10,000. So definitely a good one to have on your radar and to keep your eyes out for, whether you're sifting through your pocket change or you are coin roll hunting. So what do you say we get into the 1996 beaded mule or test token toonie, which I would consider to probably be the rarest Canadian toonie of all time. In the year 1996, there was a toonie produced with only a few known examples accounted for to this day. This coin is commonly referred to as the beaded toonie because of the beaded border around the rim. The main difference between this beaded toonie and the final design of the $2 coin is the presence of a ring of beads on the obverse and reverse of the coin. Only 4 coins with this border are currently known to exist, and it's not entirely clear why they were made, but there are a few theories about why these coins exist. One is they were either an experimental pattern and only a few of these were produced, and another theory is they were an early version of the coin that was later cancelled and most of them were melted down. PCGS classifies it as a trial strike, but there's no evidence to support this. The coin's mysterious origins make it more appealing to collectors. In September of 2021, it sold at auction for $4,700 Canadian with an additional $700 Canadian dollars in fees. This coin has a grade of almost uncirculated and it is worth about $4,100 US dollars. Now this coin could be considered a mule, but it is more widely accepted as a test token. Although PCGS has classified this coin as a test token, there is no historical evidence to support this. It is unclear how many of these coins were released to the public, but only 4 have been certified by PCGS. In terms of rarity, it is probably not only one of the most rare Toonies, but also one of the most valuable and underrated modern Canadian coins you might still have a chance to be able to find in your pocket change, and this variety definitely adds a level of intrigue and spice to coin roll hunting and collecting Toonies here in Canada. Before the start of the new millennium began and fears of computer clocks all resetting to 0 and Y2K, the Canadian Mint held a contest to design 24 millennium quarters, one for each month of 1999 and 2000. The contest was announced by the Mint in April 1998 and it was open to all Canadians. The 1999 designs were intended to reflect on Canada's past, whereas the 2000 designs were meant to reflect on Canada's future. The relevant theme was listed on the 2000 coins, while the month of issue was listed on the 1999 coins. The contest received an overwhelming response, with thousands of Canadians submitting their designs. The chosen designs for each month showcased a diverse range of Canadian history and culture, making the Millennium Quarters a unique and cherished collection for coin enthusiasts. These coins and sets were produced in such massive quantities that most of the coins in the series aren't worth much above face value. But there are a few little known varieties for the 2000 Millennium Quarters that are extremely rare and valuable. The Canadian Mint patented multiply plating technology in the year 2000 as an improved cost-effective production technique. The 5, 10, 25, and 50 cent pieces of Canadian circulation coinage, all of which were previously struck from nearly pure nickel alloys, have been produced by the Mint since that year using this technique. Similar to the 5-cent coin, production of the 1-cent coin ended in the year 2012, and a copper-plated steel blank was used instead. Multiply plating for the $1 and $2 coins was introduced in the year 2012. In this particular plating method, a thin layer of nickel, a layer of copper, and then a final layer of nickel are electromagnetically applied to a steel core. Because less copper and nickel are required in this process, the price of producing circulation coins has decreased. Because plated coins are made of a more resilient material, there are fewer damaged coins in circulation, improving their overall effectiveness. The Mint can produce coins with distinctive electromagnetic signatures and the safest circulation coins on the market by varying the bust on the obverse of the coin. The first waves of Canadian plated coins with a P Mint mark were given to vending machine companies to test their ability to work in their machines or to see if the coin mechanisms would have to be refitted to accommodate the change. In most cases, the machines accepted the new plated quarters without much difficulty. A limited mint set was also released in the year 1999 with coins of every denomination and also a test token, all containing the new P Mint mark. In the year 2000, 2000 P nickels and pennies were released for circulation, most likely as a trial for the larger denominations, which were officially released for circulation the following year in 2001. So you may be asking, what does all of this have to do with the coins that we are discussing today? Well, the first thing that I can tell you is that any dime or quarter that you find coin roll hunting or in your pocket change with a P Mint mark from the year 2000 or 1999 should definitely not be there. And if you find one of the creativity or community quarters from the 2000 Millennium series, then you have what would be classed as a holy grail coin. Whether a test, trial, pattern, or employee mistake, there are few of these quarters that have been known to have a small P Mint mark on the obverse of the coin. It can almost be hard to believe that something so small could add such a significant value to a piece, but if you understood how incredibly rare these quarters are, then you might have more of an idea of where the value comes from. There are only 5 certified examples of the 2000p Community Millennium Quarter, and the Creativity 2000p has even fewer, with only 2 known examples. Although these may be scarce, they are fairly modern, and it is unknown exactly how many of these Holy Grail coins made it into circulation, but it's definitely a good idea to check all of your Creativity and Community quarters for that P mint mark, because you never know when you might hit a gold mine. All of that being said, what do you say we discuss the potential value for these coins if you were ever to find a legitimate example? Now, the first quarter that we will cover is the 2000 Creativity with the P mint mark. Now, to identify this, you need to flip over to the obverse of the coin and look for a little P mint mark under the bust of Queen Elizabeth. If you can identify this, and it is the Creativity design on the reverse of the coin, then you have one extremely rare quarter that can be worth all the way up to $10,000 for an MS65 example. Now, this is the rarer of the two. There are less known to exist, and currently MS65 is the highest known grade. If you were able to find one of these and it scored any higher, somewhere around an MS67, it could easily be worth $40,000. You usually see some massive price jumps when it comes to these extremely rare Holy Grail coins that only a few known examples exist for, and this 2000 October Creativity P mint mark quarter is definitely a good one to have on your radar. And then next up is the 2000 December, which has the Community design on the reverse of the coin, and it will also have a small P mint mark on the obverse under Queen Elizabeth's bust. Now, this is actually the more common of these two quarters. There are 5 known examples. I wouldn't call that common at all, because when there are so few examples of a coin that exists, it will bring a huge premium, and this one definitely has some extreme value that comes along with it, because this one can be worth around $9,800 for an MS60, $15,000 for an MS65, and that is currently the highest known graded example. But this bad boy could easily be worth up to $50,000 for an MS67 if you were to find one and it scored that high. These are fairly modern recent quarters, and I have found many Millennium quarters that are in good condition, and if you were to find one that had the P mint mark, it would mean that it is plated, and usually those coins will hold up a lot better to circulation and wear, so hopefully it would score a high grade. So definitely keep an eye out for any quarters or dimes from the year 1999 or the year 2000 that have a P mint mark. The Canadian nickel from the year 2000 was put out for circulation, but it does have a fairly low mintage, even for Canadian standards. If this was an American coin, you can be sure that they would be pulling these things out of circulation religiously. There are very few American coins that are released that have a low mintage figure of 5 million, so the 2000p nickel is also a good one to look for, but not nearly as valuable and rare as these Holy Grail 2000p Community and Creativity Millennium quarters.
570 meters up, you know.
Whoa, maybe we're like the first people ever to be here.
Actually, no. The First Nations were here before us. It says that this mountain was climbed during the construction of the...
A train.
railway. Oh, and to open up the Great White North, this mountain was used as a landmark for...
Airplanes.
Right. Say, isn't it time for a snack?
Yeah.
This millennium, we have seen countless stories take shape, presenting the 1999 Millennium Souvenir Set from the Royal Canadian Mint. 12 superb designs, the shining result of a nationwide contest. A unique collection, an unforgettable gift.
Look! A sheep!
A sheep? Good one, Dad.
During this time, Canada was buzzing with excitement as the new millennium dawned, and the Royal Canadian Mint decided to mark this historic occasion in a very special way. Enter the 2000p Canadian dime. Now, this dime features the exquisite depiction of the iconic blue nose schooner on its reverse side. The blue nose is a symbol of Canadian maritime history, celebrated for its elegance and also its speed. The blue nose design was first introduced in the year 1937 and is still featured on the reverse of the 10-cent coins produced in Canada today. The blue nose design has become synonymous with Canadian identity and is beloved by collectors and Canadians alike. Its timeless beauty and significance make it a fitting tribute to the country's rich maritime heritage. Now, the reason that this particular dime holds such a special place in Canadian numismatic history, as it was one of the first dimes the Royal Canadian Mint used the P mint mark to denote production at the new facility in Winnipeg, and also the composition change of Canadian coins. The introduction of the P mint mark or composition mark on the 2000p Canadian dime marked a significant milestone for the Royal Canadian Mint. It not only signified the growing role of the facility in Winnipeg, but also highlighted the shift in composition of Canadian coins. The new composition change for the Canadian coins involved transitioning from a primarily nickel-based alloy to a multiply plated steel core. This change was implemented to improve durability and reduce production costs. The inclusion of this P mint mark on the 2000p Canadian dimes serves as a visual representation of these advancements in both production and composition. Now you might be wondering, what is the big deal? What is it that makes this coin so valuable? Well, it's not just about the value, but it's also about the excitement of the hunt and also the incredible stories they carry that make these coins incredibly special. But here's where it gets interesting. The 2000p dimes aren't your ordinary coins. They were part of a fascinating experiment at the Canadian Mint. While the Canadian 2000p nickels were released for circulation with a limited mintage of just under 5 million, the dimes and quarters with P mint marks or composition marks didn't make their debut officially for circulation until the year 2001. There was a test set issued by the Mint in the year 1999 containing coins with the date 1999 and also P mint marks. However, no such set was released in the year 2000, so any 2000p dimes or quarters that you come across with that P mint mark were either released by mistake or found their way into circulation through vending machine companies testing the new coins. The way that you can identify this 2000p dime is to look for the P mint mark under the bust of Queen Elizabeth II on the obverse of the coin. The presence of this P mint mark on the 2000 dated Canadian dime adds to its rarity and collectability. It is only believed that a limited number of the 2000p dimes were ever produced. It is unknown exactly how many of these made their way into the wilds of circulation, but it is estimated that no more than 250 of these Holy Grail coins were ever produced. Now, this P mint mark indicates that the coin is made of multiply plated steel, which replaced the nickel and other compositions used before the year 2000. Now, I'm sure you are all wondering about the value of this coin. Unlike the 1969 large date dime, which I have covered in a previous video, these 2000p dimes are considered heirs. However, their scarcity and unique history make them a prized find for collectors. While these coins might not make you an instant millionaire, they can fetch you some pretty good money, especially if you were to find one of them in your pocket change. They are a true testament to Canada's ever-evolving coinage journey. So the next time you come across a 2000p Canadian dime in your change collection or coin roll hunting, remember, it's not just a coin, it is also a piece of history. Now that we have discussed the story and how to identify this extremely rare coin, what do you say we get into some of the specifications and potential value if you were ever to discover one of these gems floating around in your pocket change or in one of your coin roll hunts? Some of the details and specifications for the Canadian 2000p 10-cent coin. It is composed of multiply plated steel, which is 92% steel, 5.5% copper, and coated with 2.5% nickel. It has a weight of 1.75 grams, a diameter of 18.03 millimeters, and a thickness of 1.22 millimeters. The artists who designed and engraved the coin, the obverse was designed and engraved by Dora de Pedri Hunt and Ago Aran, and the reverse was engraved and designed by Emmanuel Hahn. The edge of the coin is reeded, it is magnetic, and it has a die axis in metal alignment. So if you ever discover any of these, you definitely want to make sure that all of those specifications check out. You want to make sure the edge is reeded, it is magnetic, and has the correct weight and also thickness and diameter. Now, if you do identify all of those factors in terms of value, Coins in Canada does not actually list low-end values, but I will give you guys the North Central Coins estimate. If you were able to find a 2000p Canadian dime and it scores at the very bottom of the Sheldon scale, so that is around an AG3, I estimate you can probably get anywhere from $25 to $50 for it. Somebody will probably want it to fill out their collection, and even if you took it down to your local coin shop, they will probably pay a little bit of money for it. You might be able to get around $100 for a fine and up to $300 for an AU50. Now, when you start getting into the MS territory, you see some pretty big jumps in terms of value for this coin. It can be worth around $588 for an MS60. It can be worth around $931 for an MS64, and this bad boy could be worth all the way up to $2,410 for an MS67 example. Now, just to give you an idea in terms of value, the 2000 Canadian dime without a P mint mark is only worth around 25 cents for an MS60, and the maximum value that you could get for one of these is around $50 to maybe $75 if it's scored in MS66 or MS67. So the 2000 P is far rarer than the 2000 Canadian dime without the P mint mark, and you can definitely make some good money off of one of these if you were able to score one. So what do you say we get into the 1944 Tomback Canadian 5-cent coin, for which there is only one known example, making it one of the rarest Canadian coins of all time. Now, the 1944 Tomback 5-cent coin is a rare Canadian coin that was made during World War II. Because Canada was experiencing a shortage of nickel during the war effort, they changed the composition of their nickel coins to a Tomback brass alloy. This 1944 coin is identical to the 1942 and 1943 Victory nickels, with a weight of 4.55 grams and being composed of the Tomback composition. The only difference being that it was struck with the date 1944. Now, there are two theories about this coin. The first theory suggests that only one 1944 Tomback 5-cent coin exists because the rest were melted down when the mint decided to produce their coins in steel with nickel and chromium plating. The second theory suggests that the 1944 coin was a mint error, accidentally struck on a Tomback planchette that slipped in with the regular steel planchettes. This theory is supported by the fact that the coin is in a very fine grade, indicating that it was circulated for a long time, which is actually a pretty good sign for coin roll hunters and collectors, because considering this was circulated and was probably found in the wild, there is a small chance there may be another one floating out there somewhere. The Charlton Standard Catalogue of Canadian Coins lists the 1944 Tomback 5-cent coin as a pattern, but the 1944 Royal Canadian Mint Report indicates that it was struck as a regular issue coinage. Until another example appears, if another example ever does appear, this coin must be considered extremely unique and one of the rarest Canadian regular issue nickels of all time. So what do you say we discuss the potential value of this coin? I'm sure you are all curious. Before we do discuss the 1944 Tomback, what do you say we discuss some of the other potential values of the other Canadian World War II era nickels? So first we'll start off with the 1942 Canadian nickel. Now, the 1942 does not actually feature the V for Victory design on the reverse, it features the regular beaver design. The 1942 Canadian nickel comes in two different compositions. It comes in a nickel composition and a Tomback composition. Now, in terms of value, the 1942 Canadian nickel can be worth around $20 or $30 in the low MS range, and all the way up to $1,170 for an MS65 example. The 1942 Tomback is worth around $5 in the low MS range, and it can be worth all the way up to $1,080 in the high MS range. So the 1942 in the nickel composition is actually a little bit more valuable. Next, we'll discuss the 1943 Canadian Tomback nickel. Now, this does feature the V for Victory design on the reverse, and it only comes in one composition, which is the Tomback. If you were ever to find a 1943 Canadian nickel in an actual nickel composition, then you would have another holy grail on your hands. This would probably be similar to the 1943 and 1944 steel and copper penny situation in the United States, where some of the planchettes from the previous years accidentally got put into the dies. But in terms of value, the 1943 Canadian Tomback nickel can be worth around $5 in the low MS range, and all the way up to $1,340 for an MS65 example. Now, there are specimen examples of the 1943 Tomback nickel that were sold to collectors. I believe they were sold 2 in a set, and they came in a special velvet set. I may actually make a video on those separately because they are very special and unique, and definitely a super important part of Canadian numismatic history. And I definitely have to say that when you look at one of the 1943 specimen Tomback nickels, it is just one of the most beautiful coins that you can ever hold in your hand. The finish on it, along with the stripe, is just absolutely beautiful. Next up is the 1944 Canadian V nickel. Now, 1944 is the year when they switched up the composition. In terms of value, it's worth around $5 in the low MS range. It can be worth around $210 in the high MS range, so not super valuable for the 1944. And the last of the common Canadian World War II V nickels is actually the least valuable on the low end, being worth around $3.20 for a low MS example, but this one can actually be worth all the way up to $1,940 for a MS67 example, which I believe is the highest known graded example. If you do get a cameo attribution for any of these World War II nickels, it will definitely add a huge premium. I have seen MS65 1945s with an ultra heavy cameo that are selling for 1,000 plus. So depending on what you're going for and what your preferences are, some people would rather have a specimen strike, or some people would rather have a really nice example business strike with a cameo attribution. And last but not least, we have the Holy Grail 1944 Canadian Tomback nickel. Now, nickels in 1944 were intended to be struck in nickel and chromium plated composition, but this one Holy Grail apparently slipped through the cracks, and usually when there is only a few examples of a coin, it will add some crazy value and premium to it as well. And when there is only one known example, you can be sure that it's going to be worth some really good money. The Canadian 1944 Tomback World War II V-nickel can be worth around $88,000 for a VF example. So we are coming up to the $100,000 mark for a coin that isn't even close to MS. If you were to find an MS example of this coin, it could easily be worth $500,000, maybe even close to $1 million if it was in the very high MS range. So even though the chances are pretty much slim to nil that you will ever see or hold one of these coins in your hand, it's still a good one to have on your radar and keep an eye out for. The Canadian 50-cent coin, also known as pièce de 50 cents in French, is a coin worth 50 cents in Canada. The first domestically produced Canadian half-dollar was struck by Governor General Earl Grey on January 2, 1908 during the opening ceremonies for the Ottawa branch of the Royal Mint. This silver 50-cent coin had the effigy of King Edward VII. Although the coin is regularly minted, it is not produced in large quantities, with an average annual production of only 150,000 half-dollars since the year 2004. Since then, it has only been available to the public directly from the mint. It is rare to come across this coin in everyday transactions because many Canadians mistakenly believe that it is rare and worth more than 50 cents. When most people receive a 50-cent coin, they often save it instead of spending it. Some even question whether it is actually legal tender due to its non-circulating status. The Canadian 50 cent is similar to the United States half-dollar and is generally not accepted by vending machines. The Royal Canadian Mint attempted to promote the use of the coin in 2002 by releasing a special edition to mark the 50th anniversary of Queen Elizabeth II's ascension to the throne. However, this promotion was unsuccessful and the Mint stopped distributing 50-cent coins to banks. Currently, the Mint only sells them in rolls or in coin sets directly from their numismatic department at twice their face value, or $25 per roll of 25 coins. So now that we have some brief information on Canadian half-dollars, what do you say we discuss this Holy Grail 50-cent coin, which is the 2000p half-dollar? The 2000p 50-cent coin is a rare Canadian coin that has gained popularity amongst collectors due to its scarcity. The 2000p 50-cent coin is composed of multiply plated steel, and it was released to celebrate the launch of the new plating facility of the Winnipeg Mint in Manitoba, Canada. The rarity of this 50-cent coin is what makes it so highly sought after. Only 276 2000p 50-cent coins were ever produced. This limited run has made this coin an extremely rare item, and collectors are willing to pay top dollar to add it to their collections so they can own such a revealed piece of Canadian numismatic history. There are multiple ways to approach the acquisition of this coin. You could look for one still in the clock, which would present several challenges, the biggest being authenticity, or you could look for one that has been pulled from the clock and is either graded or loose from its original clock holder. This coin was produced as a special presentation item and was not intended for general circulation. Instead, it was only given to mint employees, making it difficult to find examples floating around in the wild. Additionally, many of the coins that were handed out were quickly snatched up and hoarded, leaving few examples available for collectors today. The 2000p's design features the image of the Canadian coat of arms on the reverse side, with the diadem portrait depicting Queen Elizabeth II on the obverse of the coin. It has a reeded edge, is made of multiply plated steel, and it also contains a P mint mark located below the Queen's bust on the obverse, which would indicate it is indeed the Holy Grail 2000p. The value of a Canadian coin can be affected by several factors, including its rarity, condition, and historical significance. Coins that are in better condition and have a unique history tend to be more valuable than those that are not. Also, depending on if the coin remained in the original clock or was broken out to be graded may affect the value, as some may want them in the original state. I personally would much rather have this coin inside of the clock for display purposes. For anyone that is actually interested in purchasing this coin or adding it to their collection, the thing that I would stress the most is to ensure the coin's authenticity and to make sure that it has not been tampered or altered with in any way, especially if you are buying one still in the clock examples. I've seen a few different pictures that depict different looking clocks. You can find some in watches, so you want to make sure that this is a legit example, and hopefully if you're lucky it will even come in the original presentation box that it was given out with. When purchasing any coin, it is important to look for signs of authenticity, such as the correct weight and diameter, as well as any distinguishing marks on the coin. It is also recommended to purchase a coin that is independently certified by a reputable coin grading service such as PCGS or NGC. Now, a few specifications on Canadian half dollars. From the year 1870 to 1919, they had a weight of 11.62 grams, they had a diameter of 29.72 millimeters, and their composition was 92.5% silver, 7.5% copper or sterling silver. From the year 1920 to 1967, they had a weight of 11.66 grams, a diameter of 29.72 millimeters. They were composed of 80% silver and 20% copper. From 1968 to 1999, they had a weight of 8.10 grams and a diameter of 27.13 millimeters and were composed of 99.9% nickel. From the year 2000 to the present, half dollars had a weight of 6.90 grams. They had a diameter of 27.13 millimeters and also a thickness of 1.95 millimeters, and the composition is 93.15% steel, 4.75% copper, and 2.1% nickel plating, also referred to as multiply plated steel. And this is the composition that the 2000p Canadian 50-cent coin will come in. It will come also with a diameter of 1.95 millimeters instead of the 1.93 that the coins came in from 1968 to 1999. So be mindful of those specifications, but if it does have that P mint mark, then chances are you probably have this extremely rare and valuable Holy Grail half dollar. But what do you say we discuss some of the potential values for the 2000p Canadian clock half dollar? Now, if you were to send this coin in to be graded, it should get a proof designation because it was released as a special presentation item. It is a rare and valuable coin, and it is also considered a proof strike. Now, just to give you guys an idea of value, the regular 2000 Canadian proof half dollar is worth around $1.95 for a proof 63 and around $25 for a proof 66. Now, on the slightly rarer end of the 2000 Canadian half dollars, we have the 2000 Winnipeg Mint. Now, this won't have a P mint mark, but it will have a small W mint mark indicating it was struck at the Winnipeg Mint, and this will be located to the bottom left of the Queen's bust. In terms of value, it's not much more valuable than the previously mentioned half dollar. It's worth around $3.90 for a proof 64, but it can be worth all the way up to $25.40 for a proof 66 example. And then last but not least, we have the Canadian 2000p half dollar. Now, this is one of, if not the most valuable of the modern Canadian half dollars. It is worth insane money, and if you ever come across a clock that looks like it might have a 2000 half dollar in it and it isn't selling for ridiculous money, don't even think about it, buy it, because if you do, this coin can be worth around $3,920 for a proof 60 example. It can be worth around $8,800 for a proof 63 and all the way up to $10,600 for a proof or PL example. Now, that is buku insane amounts of money for a Canadian 50-cent coin, but I am not too surprised considering that this one only has 276 examples and a super rare and unique history behind it. In conclusion, the value of the 2000p 50-cent coin is likely to continue to increase over time, as its rarity makes it a highly sought after item amongst collectors. And whether you are a seasoned collector or just starting out in your coin collecting journey, this is definitely a good coin to have on your radar. You might never ever see one, you might never touch one, but still it's good to know about some of these rare coins because you never know if one is maybe floating around at a flea market or you're scrolling through eBay and you might stumble upon an authentic example of one of these and be able to make some really good money.
The transition from small silver 5-cent coins to the larger nickel 5-cent coins in Canada took place in the year 1922. Here is a brief explanation of the process and some of the reasons behind this switch. The original 5-cent coin in Canada, which was introduced in 1858, was made of silver. However, during World War I, there was a shortage of silver due to increased demand for the metal in various industries, including the war effort. In response to the silver shortage, the Canadian Mint eventually decided to change the composition of the 5-cent coin. The new coins were made of a pure nickel alloy, which became known as the iconic nickel coin, similar to the American counterparts. The first Canadian nickel 5-cent coin was minted in the year 1922. Now, some of the reasons for this switch from the small silver 5-cent coin to the larger nickel. First, cost considerations. The primary reason for the switch from the silver to nickel was cost related. Nickel was more abundant and less expensive than silver. This change allowed the mint to continue producing the 5-cent coin at a lower cost. Metal availability. The shortage of silver during and after World War I made it impractical to continue using silver for everyday coinage. Nickel, being more readily available, provided a practical alternative. Standardization. The move to a nickel alloy for the 5-cent coin aligned with international trends. Several countries were transitioning to nickel and other base metal compositions for their lower denomination coins, and the United States had already had a similar sized nickel in circulation for several years. Public acceptance. While there might have been initial resistance or curiosity about the new nickel coins, the public quickly adapted to the change, and the nickel 5-cent coin became widely accepted in everyday transactions. The first large nickel 5-cent coins that were minted in 1922 featured a new design to distinguish them from the smaller silver coins. Phasing out the silver coins. The transition involved phasing out the small silver 5-cent coins from circulation. Over time, as the new nickel coins were introduced, the older silver coins were gradually removed from circulation. Adjustment period. The introduction of the new coin design usually requires an adjustment period in terms of the production processes, die preparation, and other technical aspects. This adjustment period can result in lower mintages during the initial years. Public reception and acceptance of a new coin design can affect demand. If there's initial skepticism or resistance to the new design, it may result in lower demand and consequently lower mintage figures. Also, technical issues, maintenance, or other challenges at the minting facilities can lead to lower production during certain years. Mintages are often planned based on anticipated demand. If there's a miscalculation in demand projection, or if the mint prioritizes other denominations, it can result in lower mintages for specific years. Collectors may actively hoard coins from the first year of a new design, further reducing the available supply and circulation. Over time, coins may be removed from circulation due to wear, or in some cases, melted down for their metal content. This reduction in the available supply can contribute to the rarity for specific years. Also, significant political or social events may divert resources or attention away from coin production, which can also affect mintages. Now, the key date and most desirable Canadian nickel that you can look for without any errors or varieties in the King George V series is the 1925. There are few other nickels from this date range that can be worth really good money, but this is one that most collectors have on their radar and one of the most infamous of the early Canadian nickels. Now, this is a coin that I know for sure has counterfeit examples floating around out there, so if you were ever to find one in good condition at this point, I would be highly skeptical of its legitimacy, but that's not saying there aren't a few of these still floating around in the vast oceans of circulation. Now, the reason that this coin is so rare stems from its incredibly low mintage figure, meaning that not many of these coins were produced, and even less of them are around and accounted for in this day and age. Now, some of the details and specifications for the 1925 Canadian nickel, if any of these are off, it might indicate that the coin is not authentic. So first, the mintage figure for the 1925 Canadian King George V nickel is 200,050. Now, having a mintage figure that low and only being somewhere around 100 years old. It's actually 99 years old as I am making this video. It only adds to the allure and rarity of this nickel. If this was a United States nickel that only had a mintage of 200,000, I can assure you that it'd be worth a whole heck of a lot more than this one. So this definitely has the potential to increase in value over time. You just don't see coins with a mintage figure as low as 200,050. That is just redonkulous. Now, some of the specifications for this coin: it is composed of 100% nickel. It has a weight of 4.54 grams, a diameter of 21.21 millimeters. The coin was designed and engraved by Sir E.B. McKennell for the obverse and W.H.J. Blakemore for the reverse of the coin. The edge is smooth, it is not magnetic, and it has a diaxis in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, British, and Australian coins. Now, when it comes to the value for the 1925 Canadian nickel, this is one the Canadian coin roll hunters always have on their radar. I still have not found one to this day, but never say never. I'm definitely going to pick up some more nickel boxes eventually and do a few more hunts and see if maybe I can get a little bit of luck and score one of these bad boys. But I know they are incredibly rare, and you probably will be finding extra water lines and crazy stuff like that before you even find a key date like this. But even if you find one of these on the low end, they can hold a premium. Even if you find one and it's beat up and worn and been put through the meat grinder, it can be worth around $72 for a VG8. So that isn't right at the bottom, but it is almost at the bottom of the Sheldon scale. So $70 for a common circulation nickel that you could find in your pocket change or in a coin roll. That ain't too bad if you ask me. Now, as we start to go up in condition, it can be worth around $694 for an AU50 example, around $1,890 for an MS60, $5,300 for an MS63, and all the way up to $17,600 for an MS65 of the 1925 Canadian nickel. So that is a whole lot of money. Chances are, if you did find one and it was in a really good condition, it is probably a counterfeit. You can buy these things off AliExpress and eBay and Amazon, so you definitely want to get a second opinion and make sure it is legitimate before you do invest and send it off to be graded.
From 1935 to 1986, the Voyager dollar was minted in Canada and put into circulation. The coin's composition was 80% silver up until the year 1968, and from 1968 until 1986, a smaller nickel version for widespread circulation was produced. The iconic Loonie took the place of the Voyager dollar in 1987. However, the Voyager dollar coins still continue to be valid for use, much like all of Canada's retired coins. Following the 1967 Canadian Centennial Series, the Voyager dollar design was once again used starting in 1968, following the decision to debase Canada's currency system from silver to nickel. The coin was now struck in pure nickel composition. The diameter of the coin was decreased from 36mm to 32mm as a result of the switch to this tougher metal, since it made coin production much simpler. The last time the Voyager dollar was produced for collectors was in the year 1987, and the last time it was produced for circulation was in the year 1986. Now, we should briefly discuss foreign coins that are produced at the Canadian Mint. The Royal Canadian Mint is known for producing coins not only for Canada, but also for a variety of other countries. This practice is often referred to as contract coinage or foreign coin production, and here are some examples of the countries for which the Royal Canadian Mint has struck or produced coins: Bermuda, Barbados, Jamaica, Bahamas, Fiji, Cayman Islands, Trinidad and Tobago, Eastern Caribbean states, Cook Islands, and New Zealand. The Royal Canadian Mint has produced coins for New Zealand, as demonstrated by the 1985 Canadian Mule dollar, which was muled with a New Zealand obverse die, which is actually the coin that we are discussing in this video today. These examples demonstrate the international reach and reputation of the Canadian Mint for producing high-quality coins for countries all around the world. The Canadian Mint's involvement in foreign coin production helps these countries create beautifully designed coins and ensures the quality and security of their coinage. Accidentally striking Canadian coins on foreign planchettes is a rare but fascinating occurrence in the world of numismatics. This phenomenon typically happens due to errors or irregulations in the minting process. Here's a brief description of how this can actually occur. The first step is planchette acquisition. The minting process begins with the acquisition of planchettes, which are small, flat, round pieces of metal. Planchettes are typically sourced from specialized suppliers, In most cases, the mint intends to use planchettes made from a specific alloy or composition, such as copper nickel for Canadian coins. Another step is plant inspection. Before the actual minting process begins, planchettes are inspected for quality and composition. This step is crucial to ensuring that the coins produced meet the specified standards. Planchettes that don't meet these standards are typically set aside for melting and recycling. Feeding and presses. Planchettes that pass inspection are fed into the coin presses, where they are struck with the design and details for the coin. Each coin press is set up for a specific denomination and composition, as well as a particular design. Die chambers. Inside the coin press, there are die chambers that house the obverse and reverse designs. These dies have the design and inscriptions that are to be transferred onto the planchette. The dies exert a significant amount of pressure onto the planchette to create the coin's design. Sometimes due to errors or malfunctions in the planchette feeding system, foreign planchettes can find their way into coin presses. These foreign planchettes may have different compositions and designs intended for the coins from other countries. The striking process. When a foreign planchette is inadvertently fed into the press, it goes through the striking process just like a regular planchette. The high pressure from the dies causes the design and details from the Canadian coin dies to be transferred onto the foreign planchette. The result is a Canadian coin with the intended design but struck on this foreign planchette. This creates a unique and rare air coin known as a wrong planchette, or also a mule coin. These coins are often highly sought after by collectors due to their rarity and unusual nature. Now, to be able to identify and differentiate between the regular 1985 and the New Zealand mule, you need to look for the following details. The reverse side of the coin displays a distinctive Canadian design that was commonly featured on the Canadian dollar coins until the year 1987. This design showcases a voyager or a man and a child inside of a canoe, paying homage to Canada's history of exploration and trade. There are no New Zealand motifs or inscriptions on the reverse side of the coin. Now, this error actually occurred at some point during the minting process when the dies intended for the New Zealand $1 coins were mistakenly paired with the Canadian dollar planchettes. This mismatch resulted in a small number of coins with the New Zealand obverse design on one side and the standard Canadian reverse design on the other side of the coin. The Canadian 1985 dollar coin muled with the New Zealand obverse is highly sought after by collectors due to its rarity and intriguing combination of Canadian and New Zealand elements. These air coins are relatively scarce, and their value can vary significantly based on factors such as condition and also collector demand. In good condition, they can command a significant premium over their face value. If you do believe that you have one of these air coins, it is definitely advisable to have it authenticated and graded by a reputable coin grading service such as PCGS or NGC. Professional grading can provide assurance of authenticity, and they also assign a numerical grade based on the 70-point Sheldon scale, which can severely impact the coin's value in the collector market. You also want to be super careful of counterfeit examples of coins like this. If you are buying one of these off of a site like eBay or on an online auction and it is not graded and in a slab, I would definitely be skeptical. You can definitely find coins like this one or even the 1944 Tomback and other Canadian air coins that there are counterfeit examples of out there. They are very cheap, only $1 or $2 to buy online, and you can make a huge profit if you only pay $1 or $2 for a coin like that, and then you sell it for the buku dollars that some of these legitimate examples are worth. So you definitely want to do your due diligence. The following specifications are for the 1985 mule dollar. If any of these are off, it might indicate that it is not a legitimate or authentic example. Now, the year on the coin is 1985. The denomination is $1. It is composed of nickel. The weight is 15.6 grams. It has a diameter of 32.1 millimeters. The shape of the coin is round. The edge is reeded. It is magnetic, and the die axis is in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, Australian, and British coins. Even this mule is actually in metal alignment. Now, when it comes to value, I would definitely say that this 1985 mule dollar could be considered a holy grail of the Voyager series from 1968 until 1967. There aren't too many of them that are worth a lot of money, especially over the $1,000 mark, but this is definitely a good one to look for. You can actually go to banks here in Canada and ask them if they have any silver dollars. Sometimes collectors will actually turn their nickel silver dollars in, or someone will inherit a collection and they will turn them into the bank for face value. And then if you are lucky and they happen to have any, you can actually buy them off the bank for face value. I've been able to get close to $100 at one time from a bank in Voyager dollars, and it is definitely a good way to be able to search for errors like this. Now, in terms of value on the low end, it can be worth around $6,400 for an AU50. So even if you found one of these coins and it is beat up and put through the meat grinder, you're going to be talking $500 to $1,000 because it is so rare and struck on a foreign planchette. You just don't come across examples like this too often. Now, when you start getting into the MS region, it can be worth around $9,800 for an MS60 and all the way up to $14,700 for an MS63, which, as we know right now, is the highest graded known example currently. If you were to find one and it scored any higher, you could easily be talking a $25,000 to $50,000 coin, depending on what kind of grade it gets.
The shift back to traditional 99.9% nickel composition allowed the Canadian Mint to return to using the round rim design in the year 1963. The advancements in metallurgic technologies allowed for the efficient use of nickel without compromising the coin's integrity, marking the end of steel-based coins for several decades. Now, the date that you are looking for this nickel is 1963, and if you want to be able to identify this error, we should briefly go over how rotated die errors can occur during coin production. Rotated die errors on Canadian coins can be attributed to misalignments or instability during the coin minting process. While it may be challenging to determine which of the two dies is responsible for the rotation, these errors occur for two major reasons: stable rotation and dynamic rotation. First, let's go over stable rotation. This type of rotation occurs when one of the two dies is misaligned during installation, leading to a stable degree of rotation for subsequent strikes. The effect of this is that multiple coins are produced with a consistent degree of rotation, and this misalignment is assumed to be the cause. The second type of rotation is dynamic rotation. Dynamic rotation occurs when one of the dies becomes loose during striking, leading it to rotate in its axis. This type can result in varying degrees of rotation. Coins struck with dynamic rotation may have different degrees of rotation depending on the instability of the rotating die during the striking process. To determine the rotation degree, one needs to measure the rotated side in relation to the other side of the coin. This measurement is crucial for evaluating the extent of the rotation. The Canadian 1963 nickel in coin alignment is an error that involves the coin being rotated 180 degrees during the minting process. In a typical minting process, coins are aligned in a specific way to ensure consistent and accurate strikes. However, in the case of the Canadian 1963 nickel struck in coin alignment, the coin was struck in such a way that the reverse and obverse side are upside down in relation to each other, very similar to American coins. The notable feature of this error is the reverse side of the coin, which features the beaver design, is rotated 180 degrees compared to the obverse side. This coin alignment error is considered a minting anomaly where the coin is improperly aligned during the striking process. Coin alignment errors, especially those involving 180-degree rotations, can generate significant interest among numismatists and collectors. The uniqueness of this error adds a distinctive characteristic to the coin. So, some of the details and specifications for the 1963 Canadian nickel in coin alignment of any of these are off and may indicate that the coin is not authentic. So first, we will start off with the mintage figure for the 1963 Canadian nickel. The 1963 nickel has a mintage figure of 43,970,000, and the 1963 struck in coin alignment is included in that mintage figure. There's probably only a couple hundred examples or less that exist. Now, the specifications for this coin: it is composed of 100% nickel. It has a weight of 4.54 grams, a diameter of 21.21 millimeters, and a thickness of 1.75 millimeters. The obverse was designed and engraved by Mary Gillick, and the reverse was designed and engraved by G.E. Kruger Gray and Thomas Shingles. The edge of the coin is round. It is the first year that they returned to the round rims for Canadian nickels. It is non-magnetic, and the die axis is in coin alignment, as is the standard for American coins, but it is not intended to be in coin alignment. It is a rotated die error. Now, when it comes to determining the value for this nickel, it can be extremely tricky. It is actually listed as an error on PCGS's website, and it is also listed on the Coins in Canada website, but Coins in Canada does not give any evaluations for this coin. Now, PCGS
lists a sale on eBay in 2022 where an MS65 example sold for $201, but there have actually been regular 1963s that have sold for way more than that. So I'm not too sure what is going on with that, but if you do find one in an MS65 to MS67, I don't doubt that you might be able to get anywhere from $500 to $1,000 depending on how much somebody wants to add this to their collection. It is a pretty significant error, and if it gets the attribution from PCGS, it will definitely add some interest and garner some attention as well. From the year 1870 to the year 1919, Canadian quarters were composed of 92.5% silver and 7.5% copper, also known as sterling silver. From 1920 to 1967, they were composed of 80% silver and 20% copper, with half of the quarters in 1967 being struck in 80% silver and half being struck in 50%. In the years 1967 and 1968, they were composed of 50% silver and 50% copper. In the year 1968, half of the quarters were composed of pure nickel. From the years 1968 until 1999, Canadian quarters were composed of 99.9% nickel, until in the year 2000 they changed the composition to 94% steel, 3.8% copper, and 2.2% nickel plating, also known as multiply plated steel. Now, the Canadian 1927 quarter holds a distinctive status in the numismatic world, characterized by its rarity and high collector value. The coin's exceptional scarcity is primarily attributed to its low mintage figure, with only 468,096 quarters produced during that specific year. This limited production contributes significantly to the coin's desirability among collectors. Now, there are several factors that do contribute to the rarity and value of coins like the 1927 quarter, and the following factors are low mintage. The term mintage refers to the total number of coins produced in a given year. In the case of the 1927 quarter, the remarkably low mintage of 468,096 coins makes its rarity compared to other years quite scarce. Coins with lower mintages are often considered much more valuable and rare due to their limited production run. Also, historical significance. Coins from specific years may carry historical significance, contributing to their collector value. The 1927 quarter was produced during a particular era in Canadian history, which could add an extra layer of appeal for collectors interested in the historical context of their numismatic acquisitions. Condition and rarity. The condition of the coin is crucial in determining its value. A well-preserved 1927 quarter in excellent condition is likely to fetch a much higher price in the collector's market. Rarity coupled with the pristine condition enhances the coin's desirability and also the potential market values. Collector demand. The demand among collectors plays a pivotal role in establishing the value of a coin. A coin like the 1927 quarter, which is known for its scarcity and historical significance, tends to attract higher demand from collectors seeking both unique and rare pieces to add to their collections. The valuation and collectability of coins, especially rare ones like the 1927 Canadian quarter, are influenced by the interplay of several factors. Numismatists often utilize various resources, including auction records, market trends, and expert opinions to determine the current market value of such coins. Additionally, third-party grading services assess the condition of the coins, providing a standardized measure that aids collectors in making informed decisions. Now, some of the details and specifications for the 1927 Canadian quarter, if any of these are off, it may indicate that it is not authentic. Right now, online marketplaces are absolutely littered with counterfeit examples for Canadian coins, and usually the older and more rare the example, the more counterfeits that will be floating around. I'm actually going to be making a video on Canadian counterfeit coins in the upcoming future. I bought some of the counterfeit examples of some of these marketplaces. I'm going to be showing you guys what to look for so you can identify counterfeits. For example, the 1911 Canadian silver dollar, the 1921 5-cent piece, and half dollar. I made sure to pick up an example of all of the coins you want to look for. The 1948 silver dollar is another one that I grabbed. So I will be showing those and giving you guys some tips on how to identify counterfeits. But some of the specifications for the 1927 Canadian quarter. Now the mintage figure, as I mentioned before, is $468,096. Now that is an extremely low mintage figure, especially for quarters. There aren't too many Canadian quarters up until the year 1991 that have a mintage figure that low. So that is probably why this coin has such an extreme premium and can even be worth some good money on the low end. That is the reason that I wanted to make this video, is there aren't too many Canadian coins that are actually worth a lot of money in a low grade condition, but this is one that you can look for that is worth some decent money even if it is beat up and worn. Now some of the details for this coin: it is composed of 80% silver, 20% copper. It has a weight of 5.83 grams, a diameter of 23.62 millimeters. The coin was designed and engraved by Sir E.B. McKennell for the obverse and W.H.J. Blakemore for the reverse. The edge is reeded, it is non-magnetic, and it has a diaxis and metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, Australian, and British coins. Now the values for the 1927 Canadian quarter, you don't need to identify any heirs or varieties, you just simply need to find the date of 1927 on your Canadian quarter, and if you can identify that date, it can be worth some pretty decent money. Even on the low end of the Sheldon scale, it can be worth around $40 for a VG8 example. Now that isn't at the very bottom, but it is a 70-point scale, and the way that it works is basically the higher the number, the better the grade. So a VG8 means that the grade or score of the coin is basically 8 out of 70. So it isn't a 0, it is a little bit better than being at the absolute bottom, but it's still a pretty beat up and worn example. You might just be able to make the date of 1927 out, and if you can find a VG8, $40 is not too bad. This is a good coin that you might be able to find in a scrap silver purchase, and then if you send it off to be graded by ICCS, you could easily turn a profit off this. Now as we go up in the grading scale, it can be worth around $300 for an EF40, around $735 for an AU50, and as we start to get into the mint state range, we see some pretty decent price jumps. It can be worth around $1,300 for an MS60, $3,990 for an MS64, and all the way up to $6,500 for an MS66. If you were to find one and it graded any higher, you might be talking a $10,000 coin here. Now finding an older 25-cent coin like this and it being in good condition is probably not likely, but never say never. If you get a collection handed down to you, or maybe you bust into a roll that has been sealed for several decades, you might get lucky and find one of these gems. In the realm of early Canadian Queen Elizabeth II coins, collectors recognize two distinct obverse varieties, known as the shoulder fold and the no shoulder fold. The distinguishing feature within these varieties lies in the last I in the DEI on the obverse. In the shoulder fold variety, the eye appears straight and blunt, while in the no shoulder fold variety, the eye exhibits serifs that flare out at the end. This subtle difference serves as a key differentiator for enthusiasts and collectors alike. Now the value of these shoulder fold and no shoulder fold coins can be influenced by various factors, including the date, the denomination, and the overall rarity and the specific variety. In the case of the 1953 Canadian dime, the presence of the no shoulder fold variety may add to its desirability among collectors if you can identify a rare heir. Usually when examining the 1953 Canadian dime, collectors tend to seek out the shoulder fold variety. Both the shoulder fold and no shoulder fold 1953 dimes share a mintage figure, and for some reason the shoulder fold is the more desirable of the two if you can't identify any heirs or varieties. But little known to most, there is actually an heir for the no shoulder fold that can make it more valuable than any of the other variations. Now let's briefly go over die deterioration doubling, or DDD, on Canadian coins. Die deterioration doubling on Canadian coins is a result of wear and fatigue on the coin die used in the minting process. This phenomenon occasionally leads to doubling, where the design elements appear duplicated or three-dimensional. Unlike intentional double dies, which are caused by a mistake in the engraving process, die deterioration doubling is a more common error resulting from the natural deterioration of the coin die over time. There are several characteristics that can distinguish die deterioration doubling. Firstly, the surface of the doubling is rough and may vary in definition, often featuring different widths and rounded contours.
This doubling typically indicates in one or a few specific locations on the die and then gradually spreads, encompassing larger portions of the design as the die continues to degrade. One notable aspect of die deterioration doubling is its potential to completely surround parts of the design, such as numbers and letters. This can give the affected areas a distinct and irregular appearance, making the doubling easily identifiable under close inspection. Die deterioration can also manifest in other ways, leaving additional marks on the coins such as trails or lines. These marks are often indicative of the wear and tear on the die and contribute to the overall uniqueness of the coins affected by die deterioration doubling. In comparison to other forms of doubling, die deterioration doubling is considered less rare and sought after by collectors. While collectors may find the distinctive characteristics of die deterioration doubling interesting, they generally do not command the same premium as coins with more prominent errors, such as doubled dies. It's also very important to note that die deterioration doubling is typically not a major factor in determining the value of a coin. There are rare instances where it can affect critical elements like the date, and it might contribute slightly to the coin's value. However, these cases are infrequent, and for the most part, coins affected with die deterioration doubling are valued similarly to the regular coins. But there are some cases where collectors often appreciate these coins for their unique features, but the market value, unfortunately, for these die deterioration doubling coins is not as significant as the market for more pronounced minting errors. Now, in the case of the 1953 Canadian dime, usually the shoulder fold would be the more valuable without any noticeable errors, but if you want to find the most valuable version of the coins, you are actually looking for the no shoulder fold, and you actually want to identify doubling on the date on the reverse of the coin. Now, once again, to identify the no shoulder fold, you want to flip over to the obverse and take a look at the last I in DEI, and you want the serifs at the end of the I to flare out as opposed to the shoulder fold, which would appear straight and blunt. Now, you also want to identify doubling on the date of the coin, so flip over to the reverse and closely examine the date. Now, if the date appears to show signs of doubling, which may make it appear more three-dimensional in appearance, then you may have this rare error or variety. Some of the details and specifications for the 1953 Canadian dime, if any of these are off, it may indicate that it is not authentic. The overall mintage for the Canadian 1953 dime is 17,706,395, and that includes both the no shoulder fold and the shoulder fold varieties. Now, the specifications for this coin, it is composed of 80% silver, 20% copper. It has a weight of 2.33 grams. It has a diameter of 18.03 millimeters, a thickness of 1.16 millimeters. The coin was designed and engraved by Mary Gillick and Thomas Shingles for the obverse and Emmanuel Hahn for the reverse. The edge is reeded, it is non-magnetic, and it has a die-axis and metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, British, and Australian coins. Now, in terms of the value for the Canadian 1953 no shoulder fold with the double date. Now, to get the highest premium for this coin, you want to identify doubling on all of the digits for the date. The values for this coin are only listed if it has the entire date attributed with doubling. So first of all, just to give you guys a comparison, there are no low-end values for the 1953 no shoulder fold with doubling on the date, but just to give you guys an idea, in comparison, the regular no shoulder fold is worth around $2 for an AG3, and in the case of this coin, it will just about double the value on the low end, so you may be able to get around $4 or $5 at the very bottom of the Sheldon scale, and it's probably worth anywhere from $10 to $15 for an AU50 if you can get the no shoulder fold and the double 1953. Now, as we start to get into the high end, the 1953 shoulder fold variety is worth around $882 for an MS66 example. Now, the highest listed value for the 1953 no shoulder fold with the doubling on the date of 1953 is $80 for an MS64. But if you consider that the shoulder fold is only worth around $35 at that same grading tier, then if we extrapolate that upwards, I would say that the 1953 no shoulder fold with the doubling on the date can be worth anywhere from a couple thousand to $10,000 if it gets the high MS66 or MS67 attribution. So this would actually be a great coin for collectors that might already have some 1953 Canadian dimes in their collection, especially if they are in good condition, if they are graded in an ICCS holder. I would pull out your microscope and take another look at that date. If you have one and it's in a PCGS holder, they may not actually attribute the 1953, so you may want to send it into ICCS. They may attribute this error, which could add a huge premium to the coin. But regardless, if you are a coin roll hunter and you find one of these that is beat up and worn, you can still get a nice little premium on the low end. And if you are an experienced collector that has one of these 1953 no shoulder folds in your collection, you may be able to add a massive premium to the coin if you get it re-attributed by a different company like ICCS. Canadian era coins come into existence during the minting process due to various factors such as problems with coin dies, planchette quality, striking pressure, and other mechanical issues. These errors can manifest in different forms and affect the appearance of the coins. Here's a brief overview of some of the different errors and varieties that you can look for on Canadian coins that can make them more valuable. The first are die errors. These are errors related to the coin dies, including double dies, die cracks, and die clashes. Double dies occur when the die is engraved with multiple impressions of the design, leading to doubled or overlapping features on the coin. Die cracks and die clashes result from damage to the die itself and can create unique patterns on the coin. There are also planchette errors. Planchette errors occur when the coin's blank metal disc or planchette is imperfect. These errors include off-center strikes, planchette clips, and that is where a portion of the planchette is missing, and planchette flaws like laminations or cracks. I've actually found a Canadian 1980 penny with a clipped planchette in one of my coin roll hunts. It was definitely one of my greatest finds to date, and super awesome to be able to find that. I think I sold it for like $3 to $5 at the coin shop one day, so you definitely can get a premium for these coins if they have a significant error. There are also striking errors. Striking errors happen during the coin press operation. They include coin blanks that are not properly centered, resulting in off-center strikes. Collar errors can lead to irregular shapes, while overstrikes occur when a coin is struck multiple times with different dies. And then there are mechanical errors. This happens with mechanical issues in the coin press, and it can lead to errors like machine doubling, where the design is flattened or appears doubled due to the die moving during the strike, and that is actually what happened on the coin that we are discussing today, the 1980 double date nickel. Now, how do these error attributions affect the value and rarity of these coins? Well, first, for double dies, these are among the most sought after errors, especially if they exhibit strong doubling and are well preserved. They can command significant premiums from collectors. A great example of a double die would be the 1955 Lincoln penny with a double dyed obverse. The date is double struck on that coin, and it is very significant. There are also die cracks and clashes. While not as valuable as double dies, coins with distinctive die cracks or clashes can still be desirable to collectors, particularly if the error is prominent and it is featured on an older piece. Planchette errors. Off-center strikes and major planchette errors can increase a coin's value, but it often depends on the specific error's visibility and the impact on the design and features of the coin. Striking errors. Off-center strikes and overstrikes may have numismatic value, especially if they result in visually appealing and unique patterns. And then probably one of the most common is machine doubling, especially amongst Canadian coins before the year 1990. Errors like machine doubling are much more common and will generally have lower values compared to other rare error types like double dies. The value and rarity of Canadian error coins are usually determined by various factors. Collectors often appreciate error coins not only for their unique characteristics, but also for the stories and the history behind each piece. Now, when it comes to the Canadian 1980 nickel, to be able to get the most amount of money for this coin, you need to be able to identify significant machine doubling on the date. Now, here is some information on machine doubling and how to identify it on your coins to potentially make them more valuable. Usually, if a Canadian coin is in a high grade and exhibits an error or variety such as machine doubling, it will add a premium to the coin, but there are usually notable dates to look for, like the 1980 nickel, that can make it worth far more than its face value. Now, here are some of the characteristics of machine doubling. Now, some of this may get a little bit technical, but I do want to be thorough and give you guys a very good understanding of what to look for. But the first thing that we want to look for is narrowing of the high points. One of the key features of machine doubling is that it causes the highest points of the coin's design to appear slightly narrower at the top.
This effect is due to the flattening of a portion of the primary image during the coin striking process. Machine doubling errors encompass several subtypes, including ejection doubling. This occurs when a coin sticks to the die during ejection from the press. And there is also die chatter. Die chatter refers to minor differences in the design caused by vibrations or imperfections in the die surface. There's also horizontal twisting or vibration. When a die is slightly loose or misaligned during the striking process, it may twist horizontally or vibrate at the end of the strike. As the die returns to its original position, it can release this twist and push the metal on the side and upward, resulting in doubling. Machine doubling will usually appear on letters, numbers, and the main design. The reason that these coins are considered rare and do hold a premium above face value is usually when quality control personnel notice machine doubling, they will take corrective actioning by tightening the part of the coin press that holds the die to resolve the issue, thus not too many of these will actually make it out. Now, machine doubling is one of the most common types of errors found on coins. It is generally more prevalent than rare and more sought after errors like doubled dies. Machine doubling is a frequently encountered error on Canadian coins resulting from issues during the coin striking process. And while machine doubling is generally less rare and sought after by collectors compared to more distinctive errors, understanding these nuances will help collectors and yourself accurately identify and assess these coins and their values. Now, what do you say we get into the coin that you guys are all here to find out about, and that is the 1980 nickel with machine doubling on the date, and it can also happen on the lettering for Canada right above the date. So if you can identify the machine doubling, it will almost look like the date is 3D. That is the best way that I can put it to an amateur if you are looking to try to identify this. The specifications for the 1980 Canadian nickel, it is composed of 100% nickel alloy. It has a weight of 4.54 grams, a diameter of 21.2 millimeters, and a thickness of 1.75 millimeters. The coin was designed and engraved by Arnold Mockin and Walter Ott for the obverse, and G.E. Kruger Gray and Thomas Shingles for the reverse. The edge of the coin is smooth, it is magnetic, and it has a die axis and metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian coins. Now, in terms of value, getting accurate price estimates for the 1980 coin, if it does have doubling on the date, can be pretty tricky. Coins in Canada does actually list this error on their website, but they don't list a lot of values for it, honestly. The values start to kick in at the MS60 mark, and they top out at the MS63. So Coins in Canada appraises this piece around $13.90 for an MS60, around $20 for an MS62, and all the way up to $30 for an MS63. But if you compare that to the 1980 without machine doubling, it is significantly more valuable. For example, the 1980 without machine doubling is only worth around $1 for an MS63. So if it does have the double date, it is worth around 30 times more. So if you do extrapolate that upwards, I estimate that you could easily get anywhere from $200 to $1,000 for one of these pieces if it's scored between an MS65 and MS67. Unfortunately, PCGS does not attribute this error or variety yet, but they may eventually one day because it has become quite notable over the last few years. If you were to find someone that's really into error coins, you might have no problem getting a couple $100s for this piece. So it is definitely a good one to have on your radar. You should definitely throw your 1980 nickels to the side and check them with a microscope or zoom in real close on that date with your phone. And if you can identify that machine doubling, you may have a valuable coin. In terms of the low end value, I'm not going to say that it's worth very much. If it's hovering somewhere around the AU mark, you might be able to get a couple dollars if somebody really wants it and they are into error coins. But usually to get the most amount of money out of these coins, you want them to be in a high mint state. So that means MS65 to MS67.
So to start this off, we need to begin with quite the mouthful, which is Georgius VI DEI Gratia Rex ET India Imperator. Yes, quite the tongue twister, right? Well, this translates to George VI, by the grace of God, King and Emperor of India. Quite the royal title, if I do say so myself. But hold on to your top hats because this phrase had to go. Why is that, you ask? Well, in the year 1947, India said cheerio to British rule and gained its independence, becoming the Dominion of India and also the Dominion of Pakistan. During this time, the once mighty British Empire was experiencing a rapid transformation as its colonies sought self-governance and independence. The departure of India from British rule marked a significant turning point in history, symbolizing the end of an era for the empire.
Coins were still a necessity though. They decided to produce 1947 dated coins while waiting for the new tools and matrices from the Royal Mint. But here's the twist. They actually added a small maple leaf next to the date to signify that these coins were actually minted in 1948. Very sneaky, eh? A numismatic nod to the changing times. Now, there are very few coins in the world, like the Canadian 1947 dated coins, that have nearly as many varieties. Now let's talk about the silver dollars. The silver dollars come in two different varieties, the blunt 7 and pointed 7 for the silver dollars, and several other eras or varieties you can look for. And then there are the 1947 1-cent coins or pennies. These exist in two different varieties, the blunt 7 and pointed 7. The blunt 7 is the scarcer of the two in the world of numismatics. Scarcity means value. It's like finding the golden ticket in a sea of regular chocolate bars. Now, the Canadian half dollar does not want to be left out of this 7 party. It also has several different varieties for the 7, the curved left 7 and the curved right 7. These variations in the design of the 7 on these coins may seem insignificant to some, but for collectors, they can make all the difference in determining the value and rarity of a particular coin. The hunt for these unique 7 varieties add an extra layer of excitement and challenge to the world of Canadian coin collecting. Now let's fast forward just a little bit into the year 1948, when the new tools and matrices from London finally arrived and the Maple Leaf coin's reign came to an end. The new inscription, George Videi Gratia Rex, which stands for King George VI by the grace of God King, took center stage on the obverse of the coin. This is a clear example of how all coins are not created equal. The silver $1 and 50-cent coins from 1948 became unicorns of their time. Why, you ask? Well, those change tools and matrices from London took their sweet time to arrive, and production started fashionably late. It's like waiting for your favorite artist to drop a new album. The anticipation is real. When the coins finally hit circulation, collectors and enthusiasts eagerly sought them out, creating a frenzy in their numismatic community. The scarcity and unique design of these coins made them highly coveted, adding to their allure and value. And finally, we have the piece de resistance of the 1947 series, and those are the small dot varieties. In a sea of maple leaves on some 1947 Canadian nickels and quarters, there it is. A tiny dot, like a period at the end of a numismatic sentence. The cause? Well, it's a bit like a coin's freckle. Nobody knows for sure. Some say it's dye chips, others blame dye deterioration. Either way, it's a quirky and rare minting error that makes collectors' hearts skip a beat. The small dot variety on 1947 Canadian nickels and quarters is a unique minting error that adds an extra layer of intrigue for collectors. Its mysterious cause, resembling a freckle on the coin, only enhances its desirability. This rare and quirky feature truly captivates the hearts of numismatic enthusiasts all over the world. Now, what do you say we get into the specifications and values for the 1947 dot coins, starting with the nickels? The 1947 plain date 5-cent coin has a mintage figure of 7,603,724. The 1947 Maple Leaf has a mintage of 9,595,124, and the mintage figure for the 1947 5-cent piece is unknown. Some of the specifications for this coin: it is composed of 100% nickel, has a weight of 4.54 grams, it has a diameter of 21.3 millimeters, on one side and 20.87 millimeters on the opposite side. The designer and engravers for the coin are T.H. Paget and Thomas Shingles for the obverse, and Thomas Shingles and G.E. Kruger Gray for the reverse. The edge of the coin is smooth, it is magnetic, and it has a diaxis in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian coins. In terms of value, the 1947 dot nickel actually does carry a premium at the low end. You can expect to get anywhere from $5 to $15 if you have one that is absolutely beat up at the bottom of the Sheldon scale, so that would be considered an AG3. When you get up to the VG8 territory, it is worth around $27.80, and it can be worth all the way up to $165 for an AU50 example. When you start to get into the MS territory, it can be worth around $270 for an MS60, It can be worth $455 for an MS63 and all the way up to $2,850 for an MS66, which is currently the highest graded known example. If you were to find one and it scored a little bit higher, so we are talking MS67, you could easily be talking a $4,000 or $5,000 coin. Now let's get into the 1947.25 cent coin. The mintage figure for the 1947 plain date 25 cent is 1,524,554. The 1947 Maple Leaf mintage is 4,393,938. And the mintage figure for the 1947 dot quarter is unknown, just like the nickel. The specifications for the Canadian 1947 quarters: it is composed of 80% silver, 20% copper, has a weight of 5.83 grams, a diameter of 23.62 millimeters. It was engraved and designed by T.H. Paget for the obverse and Emmanuel Hahn for the reverse. It has a reeded edge, is non-magnetic, and has a diaxis and metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian coins. So let's discuss the values for the 1947 dot quarters. This can also have a premium on the low end. It can be worth probably anywhere from $25 to $40 for an AG3, so that is at the absolute bottom of the Sheldon scale. It can be worth around $67.60 for a VG8. It can be worth $394 for an AU50. Now, as we start to get into the MS territory, we start to see some massive price jumps. It can be worth around $624 for an MS60, $1,200 for an MS63, and $4,590 for an MS65, which is currently the highest graded known example. If you were to find one of the 1947 dot quarters and it did score any higher, then you could be sure to see some massive price jumps. We could easily be talking a $15,000 to $20,000 coin if it hit the MS67 mark. Now, once again, to identify these coins, basically you want to look to the bottom right hand side of the 7 in the date 1947, and if there is a small dot in place of the maple leaf, then you have one of these dot coins. You have to be very thorough because the maple leaf, if it is worn down or faded, can appear like the dot. So you definitely want to get a microscope and check it under there, or at least zoom in very close with your phone. And then you want to get a second opinion before you actually do show it to anyone or try to sell it, because chances are it is probably a 1947 maple leaf. But these things are out there and you do want to know how to identify them and what to look for. While the chance of finding Canadian pattern or trial coins in your pocket change is exceedingly rare, these coins are never intended for general circulation, and they are usually retained by the Canadian Mint for reference purposes, archive collections, or occasionally offered to collectors during special events. Collectors, numismatists, and historians are the primary seekers of Canadian pattern and trial coins. These coins hold significant historical and numismatic value due to their unique designs, metal composition, and also the insights they offer into the coinage development process. If you ever come across a coin that looks unusual or different from standard circulation coins, it's at least worth having examined by an expert or professional numismatist, as it could potentially be a rare pattern or trial coin. In the year 1936, following the death of King George V, the Canadian Mint decided to change the reverse designs for all of the Canadian coin denominations except for the half dollar and the dollar. The Mint also needed to create coinage that featured the new monarch King George VI portrait. Renowned Canadian coin designer Thomas Shingles was tasked with creating these new designs. For the obverse of the coin, Thomas Shingles crafted a portrait of King George VI. This portrait had to be both artistically compelling and representative of the new monarch. It went through several iterations and reviews before being finalized. Simultaneously, new reverse designs for various denominations were also being developed. These new reverse designs aimed to depict Canadian symbols, flora, and fauna. For example, the nickel featured a beaver and the quarter a caribou. These designs aimed to celebrate Canada's natural heritage. Once the designs were finalized, trial coins were minted for testing and review. These trial coins went through rigorous quality control and assessments to ensure that they met both artistic and technical standards. Creating an accurate and detailed portrait of King George VI was a challenge. His likeness had to be both faithful to the king's image and artistically appealing. Achieving this balance required great skill. Transitioning from one set of coin designs to another on a large scale was logistically challenging. The Canadian Mint had to retool its machinery and processes to accommodate the new designs efficiently. There was a concern that the public might not immediately recognize the new designs, leading to confusion in everyday transactions. To address this, educational campaigns were launched to familiarize Canadians with the new coins. Coin collectors and numismatists alike eagerly awaited these new designs. The Canadian Mint had to ensure that these collectors had access to the new coins while maintaining adequate supplies for everyday circulation. The transition itself was of historical significance, marking the change in Canadian monarchy from King George V to King George VI. This transition was documented and commemorated on some coins. The process of transitioning Canadian coin designs from King George V to King George VI in 1936 to 1937 involved meticulous design work, rigorous testing, and adjustments to production processes. Challenges included ensuring the accuracy of the king's portrait, preparing for mass production, and also educating the public about the new designs. This transition not only affected the aesthetics of Canadian coins, but also marked an important moment in Canadian history. So during this experimental and tumultuous time at the Canadian Mint, several trial pieces were issued for all of the denominations except for the dollar. It's very interesting to note the composition change the Mint was testing for the new circulation coinage, as well as a different orientation for the die axis. Canadian coins will usually come in metal alignment, meaning the obverse and reverse are both lined up facing the same way. When these test pieces were being issued, with the exception of a test quarter that was kept in metal alignment, all of the other denominations were struck in coin alignment, meaning the obverse and reverse were rotated 180 degrees. This could have been in an attempt to make Canadian coinage more similar to our American coin neighbors to the south. Coins in the United States are typically struck in coin alignment, and after Canada changed the 1 and 5 cent coins to nearly identical size and specs to their American counterparts, it wouldn't surprise me if they were experimenting with changing the die axis as well to be more similar to United States coinage. By doing this, it would have somewhat set a standard for North American coins, but eventually Canada decided to keep our coins in metal alignment, which was more in keeping with British and Australian coinage. So all of that being said, what do you say we get into the value and specifications for these holy grail trial or pattern coins? As I mentioned earlier, chances are that not too many of these, if any, made it out of the mint, and if they did make it out, it was most likely by accident or because they were smuggled out of the mint. But just because there are only a few known examples of a coin doesn't mean there aren't any of that piece in circulation. If you look at the 1943 and 1944 copper and steel Lincoln cents, hundreds of those coins were produced, some even at different mint locations, and the United States Mint is not any more renowned for their quality control than the Canadian Mint. So if legendary pennies like those can slip through the cracks and make their way into our pocket change, I don't see any reason why these coins couldn't be discovered one day as well. So I'm going to go through each of the coins and give you the specs because they are a little different for each of the different denominations. You definitely want to do your due diligence and make sure all of these specs are bang on, and if any of them are not, then it may not be legitimate. You might ask why someone would counterfeit coins like this, but if you go on sites like Wish or eBay and some of the online shopping marketplaces, you can find oodles of different counterfeit coins from every country and walk of life, and usually, to be honest, it will be coins like these that will be the most reproduced. So first, I will give you guys the specifications, and then I will give you the value for each of the denominations as we go through. So first is the 1937 trial or pattern 1 cent coin. Now this coin is composed of brass. It has a weight of 3.1 grams, a diameter of 19.1 millimeters. The die axis is in coin alignment, and all of these coins will receive SP grades, which is the specimen designation. Even though they are trial or pattern pieces, they are not intended for circulation, so that is why they are given the specimen grade. But in terms of value, this is an incredibly rare coin that can be worth up to $20,000 for an SP65 example. Next up, we have the 1937 5 cent trial or pattern piece. This coin is composed of brass. It has a weight of 4.98 grams, a diameter of 21.5 millimeters. The die axis is in coin alignment. In terms of value, you're gonna find a lot of these coins have very similar values. They can all be worth around $10,000 for an SP62 example, so probably around $5,000 for an SP60, but it can be worth all the way up to $20,000 for an SP65 example, and that is for the 1937 5 cent pattern piece. Next up, we have the 1937 10 cent pattern or trial coin. It is composed of brass. It has a weight of 2.46 grams, a diameter of 18.3 millimeters. The die axis is in coin alignment, and in terms of value, it can be worth around $10,000 for an SP62 and all the way up to $20,000 for an SP65. Now, in the year 1937, they actually issued two different trial or pattern coins for the Canadian 25-cent piece. One of them is in coin alignment, another is in metal alignment, and they are actually composed of different alloys as well. Now, first we'll start off with the 25-cent pattern or trial that is coded DC22. It is composed of brass. It has a weight of 6.1 grams, a diameter of 23.9 millimeters. The edge of the coin is reeded, and it has a die axis in coin alignment, just like the other patterns or trials that we covered previously. In terms of value, this one is pretty similar to the other ones on the list. It can be worth around $10,000 for an SP62 and all the way up to $20,000 for an SP65 example. And then we have the second variation of the 25-cent pattern trial piece from 1937. This one is coded DC24. It is actually composed of bronze. The other one was composed of brass. This one has an alloy composition of bronze. It has a weight of 5.5 grams, a diameter of 23.6 millimeters. The edge of the coin is reeded. Now, something very interesting to note is that the die axis for this quarter is actually in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian coins and also British and Australian. So that is how you tell this one apart. This is the DC24 variant. And in terms of value, it has just about the same value as all of the other coins on this list, worth around $10,000 for an SP62 and all the way up to $20,000 for an SP65. And then we come to the last of these holy grail essay, pattern, or trial coins, whatever you like to refer to them as. They can get any of those designations or labels, but this is the 50-cent piece, and it is the most valuable and also rarest of the bunch. Now, the 50-cent 1937 pattern essay or trial coin is composed of brass. It has a weight of 14.9 grams, a diameter of 30 millimeters. The edge of the coin is reeded. The die axis is in coin alignment. And in terms of value, this one can be worth around $40,000 for an SP63 and all the way up to $60,000 for an SP65. So worth about 3 times as much as the other denominations. This is the one that you want to look for, but unfortunately, 50-cent coins are not circulated here in Canada anymore. The only way that you can ever really get them from the bank is if somebody turns them in and then you get lucky and go there on the day or maybe week that somebody turned them in and the tellers are nice enough to turn them over to you. And then the chances of having one of these holy grail coins inside of that bag is pretty much slim to nil, but never say never. Crazier things have happened. And if you keep your eyes open and you know what to look for, your chances of being able to find and identify these coins is definitely a lot better than not knowing anything about them or having them on your radar. There are actually 4 different designs for the 2021 dime. The first is the colored blue nose, then there is the uncolored commemorative blue nose design, then there is the double date, which will have the date of 1921 to 2021, and then there is the single date dime, which will only have the date of 2021, and that is the one that you want to look for. The mintage of a coin refers to the total number of copies produced, and it plays a crucial role in determining a coin's rarity and potential value in the collector's market. In the context of the 4 different designs for Canadian dimes in the year 2021, the regular design with a single date has a much lower mintage compared to the other 3 designs, making it more valuable and rare for several different reasons. Distribution and circulation. The regular design of a coin is often the one intended for general circulation, and these coins are distributed widely for everyday transactions. Usually special or commemorative designs will be produced in smaller quantities and may not be as widely circulated, but in the case of the single date 2021, it is actually the opposite. Collector interest. Collectors often show a keen interest in special or limited edition coin designs, leading to a higher demand for these coins. Usually the regular designs, being more common and part of everyday transactions, might not attract the same level of collector attention initially. But this is actually something that adds to the intrigue and allure of this single date 2021, as because it does not stand apart from any other Canadian dime in terms of its design, they can easily slip under the radar of normal coin muggles, I guess we will call them.
Now, when I say coin muggle, I am not trying to say it in a derogatory sense, but basically it is a term that I will use for anyone that doesn't have any knowledge of numismatics, and they might actually let a coin that is worth a lot of money go in an everyday transaction. That's why it is always good to arm yourself with a little bit of knowledge. That way you don't accidentally let a coin into circulation that is worth hundreds or thousands of dollars by mistake. Minting decisions. Mintage decisions are made by the mint, and they're based on factors such as public demand, commemorative events, and overall coin production requirements. Regular designs are typically minted in larger quantities to meet the demands of daily commerce, while special designs may have limited mintages. Now, my best guess when it comes to the 2021 single date dime is that the Canadian Mint didn't actually have a really good plan in 2021 for how they were going to roll out the commemorative dimes. They may have actually struck some of the single date dimes at the beginning, and then when they eventually planned or introduced the double date dimes with the date of 1921 to 2021, they may have actually switched up and produced a larger quantity of those. And because they had already made a decent amount of the single dates initially, they just released them into circulation and gave them out to banks. A similar situation would probably be with the 1991 quarters that have a very low mintage of around 450,000. Marketing and promotion. Special designs are often actively marketed and promoted by the mint, generating additional interest and demand. Regular designs may not receive the same level of promotional effort, which actually probably made the 2021 single date fly under the radar a little bit. Due to these factors and its lower mintage, coupled with the potential lower initial collector interest, can contribute to its rarity and consequently its increased value among collectors over time. However, the actual rarity and value will depend on the coin's condition and also the collector landscape for that particular year. Now, some of the details and specifications for the 2021 single date Canadian dime, if any of these are off, it may indicate that it is not an authentic example. It is composed of 92% steel, 5.5% copper, and 2.5% nickel. It has a weight of 1.75 grams, a diameter of 18.03 millimeters, and a thickness of 1.22 millimeters. The coin was designed and engraved by Susanna Blunt and Suzanne Taylor for the obverse and Emmanuel Hahn for the reverse. The edge is reeded, it is magnetic, and has a die-axis and metal alignment, which is the standard for most Canadian, Australian, and British coins. Now, in terms of value, this is not a coin that you're going to get rich off of today. This is one that definitely has the potential to increase in value over time, and if you were to find one and it had any errors or anything special or notable about it, it may add to its value quite substantially. But it cannot be stated enough how rare these things are and how small your chances actually are of ever stumbling upon one of these in your pocket change. If you're a coin roll hunter, you might get lucky and find one of these every couple of boxes, but chances are you're gonna have to search and search if you wanna find one of these bad boys. Now, in terms of value on the low end, it doesn't hold too much of a premium, but I would say you can probably get around $1 for one of these, even if it's beat up, worn, and been put through the meat grinder. But the good news is it's a fairly recent dime, only 2 years old as I'm making this video. So chances are most of them are going to be in pretty good shape at this point still. But if you were able to find one and it scores at the high end of the Sheldon scale, so that is an MS67, you can get around $100 for this right now. Now, it is by far the most rare and valuable of all the different 2021 dimes that you can find, and I have no doubt that in 10 or 20 years, its value could easily increase tenfold. Now, to differentiate between the regular strike and the pattern 1911 Canadian large cent or penny, you need to flip over and look on the coin's obverse. The pattern or trial piece will include the inscription George 5th DEIGRA REXETIND IMP. In contrast, the regular strike of the 1911 Canadian penny will not include the GRA, which stands for By the Grace of God in Latin in the inscription. It may be shocking that such a minor difference can bring such a substantial value and premium to this coin, but if you understood how rare this penny truly is, you might understand why people are willing to pay such buku amounts of money for one of these bad boys. Currently, there are only a few known examples of this coin, and they will receive the SP or specimen designation. Usually that is the designation that pattern or trial pieces will receive from PCGS. At this point, coming across large Canadian pennies or cents to search for errors or variations doesn't happen too often, even for those with some experience in collecting and coin roll hunting.
But if you do want the opportunity to search some large pennies for holy grails like this 1911 pattern piece, I would suggest your best chance at this point would probably be to look for bulk lots on eBay, Facebook Marketplace, or even a flea market. Generally, coin shops will charge around $1 for an average condition large penny, so if you can find a bulk lot where you pay less than $1 per coin, you are not doing too bad. This 1911 pattern penny was produced at the Royal Mint facility in London, and because the obverse design was changing to accommodate the coronation of King George V, there were several tests conducted and many legendary coins were created, the most noteworthy of which would probably be this coin's big brother, the 1911 silver dollar, which is commonly acknowledged and referred to as the most rare and valuable Canadian coin currently in existence. So what do you say we discuss the specifications and potential value if you were ever to stumble across one of these legendary pennies? If any of the specifications are off, it may indicate that the coin is not legitimate or authentic. The 1911 pattern penny is composed of a bronze alloy which is 95% copper, 4% tin, and 1% zinc. It has a weight of 5.6 grams, a diameter of 25.4 millimeters, and is in metal alignment as is the standard for most Canadian coins. Now, as I mentioned earlier on, to identify this 1911 pattern piece, all you need to do is flip over to the obverse, and if it has the GRA, then you have one extremely rare Canadian penny that can be worth all the way up to $60,000 for an SP65. If you were ever to find one of these and sent it to PCGS to be graded, it would receive the SP or specimen designation. Currently, the highest graded known example is an SP65, but I'm going to give you the North Central Coins estimate. If you were able to find and identify one of these 1911 pattern pennies, I believe that it could truly be worth up to $100,000 for an SP67 example. So this coin, even on the lower end, is probably worth around $10,000. And as you start to go up into the MS range, you start to see some crazy money where it tops out at $60,000 for an SP65 example. The 1953 and 1954 shoulder fold and no shoulder fold nickels. Well, the initial portrait design of Queen Elizabeth II was crafted in England by the skilled sculptor Mary Gillick. However, this initial rendition posed an issue. It featured a design that was excessively elevated, causing the two lines intended to form a fold in the Queen's attire to be less prominent. In 1953, recognizing this discrepancy, the Royal Canadian Mint, under the guidance of their chief engraver at the time, Thomas Shingles, embarked on a mission to rectify this oversight. To address this matter comprehensively, alterations were made to enhance the coin's aesthetics. One notable change was the widening of the listel on both sides of the coin, contributing to its overall visual balance and appeal. However, a crucial detail emerged to help distinguish between the coins with the new modified shoulder fold design and the older no shoulder fold design. The key differentiator between the shoulder fold and no shoulder fold coin lies in a close examination of the letter I within the word DEI on the obverse of the coin. This subtle but distinctive alteration serves as a telltale sign of the coin's version, ensuring collectors and enthusiasts can readily identify this piece. So to identify the shoulder fold variety, what you want to do is flip over to the obverse and look at the last I in DEI. Now, if the serifs at the end of the I are straight and do not flare out and the I appears blunt, then it is the shoulder fold variety. To identify the no shoulder fold, you want to look at the last I in DEI, and if the ends of the serifs in the I flare out and they are pointed and tipped, then it is the no shoulder fold. Now, there are also near leaf and far leaf varieties that you can look for the 1953 nickels. To be able to differentiate between the near and far leaf varieties, what you need to do is look at the maple leaves on the reverse of the coin. The near leaf variety typically features the maple leaf appearing slightly lighter in color compared to the far leaf variety. Also, on the near leaf variety, the maple leaf may not appear as deeply engraved or sunken into the coin's surface, making it appear as if it is closer to you. The far leaf variety often features the maple leaf appearing much more darker and shaded compared to the near leaf variety. It will appear more engraved or sunken into the coin's surface. Pay attention to the color and the depth of the maple leaf. The near leaf variety tends to have a lighter and less deeply engraved leaf, while the far leaf variety has a darker and more sunken in appearance. Now, before we get into the value for the 1953 and 1954 nickels, let's first give you some of the details and specifications for these coins. They are composed of steel coated with nickel, which is 0.127 millimeters and 0.0003 millimeters chrome plated. They have a weight of 4.54 grams, a diameter of 21.3 millimeters, and a thickness of 1.9 millimeters. They were designed and engraved by Mary Gillick for the obverse and G.E. Kruger Gray and Thomas Shingles for the reverse. The edge of the coin is smooth and 12-sided. They are magnetic and the die-axis is in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, British, and Australian coins. Now, when it comes to value, these are a couple nickels that are worth some insane money even on the low end, so it is super important that you identify them correctly, but it is definitely super tricky to identify the near and far leaf varieties. So if you do feel like you have the rare coin, you want to get a second opinion and maybe take it into a coin shop or take it to someone who can authenticate it. But if you can identify the varieties that I'm about to break down for you, then you can make some really good money. So the first one that we're going to start with is the 1953 shoulder fold far leaf. So to identify the 1953 shoulder fold, you want to flip over to the obverse and look at the last I in DEI, and if the I appears straight and blunt, then it is the shoulder fold variety. Then you want to flip over to the reverse of the coin and take a look at the maple leaf. Now you are looking for the far leaf variety. The far leaf should appear a little bit darker and more deeply sunken in and engraved into the surface. Now if you can identify the shoulder fold and the far leaf variety, this bad boy can be worth $70 for a VG8 and all the way up to $525 for an AU50. So that is pretty much at the bottom of the Sheldon scale for a VG8, and you are getting $70. That is an insane premium for a coin that you can find in your pocket change. Now the rarer of the 1953 varieties that you want to look for and identify is the 1953 no shoulder fold near leaf. Now to identify the no shoulder fold, you want to flip over to the obverse and take a look at the last I in DEI. Now you want the ends of the eye to flare out and to have pointed serifs. And then you want to flip over to the reverse of the coin and take a look at the maple leaf. Now if you can identify the no shoulder fold on the 1953, then you are looking for the near leaf variety, which should appear lighter and not as sunken in or engraved into the coin's surface. If you can identify the no shoulder fold and the near leaf, it can be worth around $100 for a VG8 and all the way up to $850 for an AU50. So that is the rare of the two varieties. There are actually 4 different varieties for the 1953s, but these are the ones that you want to look for. You do not want the shoulder fold with the near leaf, and you do not want the no shoulder fold with the far leaf. Now, when it comes to the 1954, you are looking for the no shoulder fold variety, and this is actually the most rare and valuable nickel that we are discussing today. For the 1954, you don't have to identify the near or far leaf variety, but you do have to identify the no shoulder fold if you want to find the Holy Grail 1954. So to identify the no shoulder fold, what you want to do is flip over to the obverse of the coin, look at the last I in DEI, and if the ends of the I are flared out and they have pointed serifs, then you have yourself a Holy Grail nickel. This one can be worth a ton of money. Even at the bottom of the Sheldon scale, it can be worth $1,470 for a VG8 example, and all the way up to $6,900 for an EF40, which currently, as I can tell, is the highest graded known example. Now that is definitely a Holy Grail nickel if you ask me. This is one that you can find in your pocket change, and even if you find one of these and it is beat up and worn and been through the meat grinder, you can get close to $1,500 for it. Now when it comes to the high-end values for the 1953 coins, first for the shoulder fold far leaf, to identify the shoulder fold, you want to look at the last I in DEI, and if the I appears straight and blunt, then it is the shoulder fold. Then you want to flip over to the reverse, look at the maple leaf, and if the maple leaf appears darker and more deeply sunken into the coin's surface, then it is the far leaf variety. In terms of the high-end value for the 1953 shoulder fold far leaf, it can be worth $1,050 for an MS60, $2,410 for an MS63, and all the way up to $6,100 for an MS65, which is currently the highest graded known example. If you did find one of these, identify it, and it scored any higher, I'm sure you would see a massive price jump. You could easily be talking a $10,000 coin. Now, the even more rare of the 1953 nickel varieties is the no shoulder fold near leaf. To identify the no shoulder fold, you want to flip over to the obverse of the coin, look at the last I in DEI, and if the ends of the I are flared out and pointed, then you have yourself the no shoulder fold. Then you want to flip over to the reverse and take a look at the maple leaf. The maple leaf leaf should appear lighter in color and not as deeply sunken in and engraven into the coin surface. If you can identify the no shoulder fold and the near leaf variety, the 1953 NSF near leaf can be worth $1,280 for an MS60, $2,590 for an MS63, and $6,900 for an MS65, which is currently the highest graded known example. So it is actually a little bit more valuable on the low end. These are some great nickels to look for. I have found plenty of 1953 and 1954 nickels in my coin roll hunts, and you can still definitely find these bad boys in your pocket change. The Canadian 50-cent coin, also known as pièce de 50 cents in French, holds a face value of 50 cents in Canada. Since the year 1937, the coin has featured the Canadian coat of arms on its reverse side. A significant historical moment occurred during the opening ceremonies for the Ottawa branch of the Royal Canadian Mint on January 2, 1908, when Governor General Earl Grey struck the first domestically produced 50-cent coin for the Dominion of Canada. This first ever domestically produced inaugural coin was a silver 50-cent piece bearing the effigy of King Edward VII. Although the Canadian 50-cent coin is regularly minted, it is not mass-produced, with an approximate annual average production of 150,000. Since the year 2004, it has been made available to the public exclusively through direct purchase from the Canadian Mint. Encountering this denomination in everyday transactions is quite rare because there's a widespread misconception among many Canadians that the coin itself is scarce. Typically, when a 50-cent coin is used in a transaction, the recipient tends to hold on to it, and it is not uncommon or unusual for people to question the legitimacy of this coin due to its limited circulation. The status of the Canadian 50-cent coin is similar to that of the United States half dollar. Vending machines generally do not accept it even when they accept coins of both higher and lower values. The Canadian Mint made an effort to promote the use of this coin with a special edition released in 2002 to mark the 50th anniversary of Queen Elizabeth II's ascension to the throne. However, this promotion was largely unsuccessful. Subsequently, the Canadian Mint ceased distributing the 50-cent coins to banks, and they now sell them only in rolls or coin sets directly from their numismatic department, usually priced at twice their face value, or around $25 per roll of 25 coins. Now, what do you guys say that we get into the coins that you are all here to find out about, and that is the 1947 Canadian half dollars. Now, these 1947 Canadian 50-cent coins come in two distinct styles for the final digit in the date 7. The first style features a tall 7 with a left curving tail at the bottom, often referred to as the straight 7. This is actually the same 7 design used in the 1937 Canadian half dollars. And on the other hand, the second style showcases a 7 with a right curving tail on the bottom and is commonly known as the curved 7. With India gaining independence from the British Empire in the year 1947, the Canadian Mint had to make changes to the inscriptions on their coins. The IND-IMP inscription, which denoted Emperor of India in Latin, was replaced with DG Gratia Rex, signifying by the grace of God. However, in 1948, there was a delay in receiving the dies with the new abbreviation, and there was a pressing need for circulating coinage. To meet this demand and ensure continued production, they actually continued to strike coins dated 1947 into the year 1948. These 1947 coins can be distinguished by looking for a small maple leaf located to the bottom right-hand side of the final digit 7 in the date. Now, for the half dollars, there are 4 major varieties for this date and a few smaller attributions called the narrow and wide dates, which can add even more of a premium to this coin. But for today, we're just going to be discussing the big 4 of these Canadian 1947 half dollars. Now, some of the details and specifications for these coins, including their mintage figures, if any of these are off, it might indicate that the coin is not authentic. There are a lot of counterfeits out there, especially on sites like AliExpress, eBay, and Amazon. You have to be super wary. I have seen all sorts of coins from the 1944 Tomback to the 1911 silver dollar and just all sorts of crazy numismatic frauds out there that you have to be wary of. So you want to make sure that the specifications are bang on, especially if you want to get the absolute premium for these coins. So first of all, the mintage figure for the 1947 straight 7. It has a mintage figure of 424,885. Now, if you're watching this video from the United States and you know anything about coin collecting, then you might have an idea of what an extremely low mintage figure 424,000 is. If that was a Walking Liberty or a Kennedy or Benji half dollar, you can be sure that it'd be worth some pretty good money. And that is actually the least rare of the varieties. And then you have the 1947 straight 7 Maple Leaf, which has an extremely limited mintage of 38,433. The mintages for the 1947 Curve 7 and the 1947 Curve 7 Maple Leaf are actually included in the previously mentioned mintages. So if you were to find one of these, they are extremely rare. So if there's only 38,433 examples of the straight 7 Maple Leaf, there's only a handful of examples of the Curve 7 Maple Leaf, which is actually the holy grail of the 1947 half dollars. Now the specifications for these coins, they are composed of 80% silver and 20% copper. They have a weight of 11.66 grams, a diameter of 29.72 millimeters, and a thickness of 2 millimeters. The coins were designed and engraved by T.H. Paget for the obverse and G.E. Kruger Gray for the reverse. The edge of the coin is reeded, it is non-magnetic, and it has a die-axis in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, Australian, and British coins. So as I give you guys the values for these coins, I'm going to give you examples of what you need to look for to identify with the 1947 straight 7. So to identify this, you want to look at the final digit of 7 in the date 1947, and you are looking for a straight shape and for the bottom to curve to the left. And if you can identify that and it does not have a maple leaf to the bottom right of the 7, then you have the plain straight 7 variety. In terms of its low end value, it can be worth around $9.20 for an AG3, which is at the absolute bottom of the Sheldon scale. That is pretty much silver melt value, so you're not getting too much extra for this coin. But it can be worth around $10.20 for a VG8 and $45 for an EF40. And then we have the rare of the two 1947 straight 7 varieties, and that is the straight 7 Maple Leaf. Now this is the coin that I have actually owned in the past. I think I paid somewhere around $9 or $10 in a lot on eBay when I bought it, and it was mixed in with a bunch of other silver half dollars, and I could actually cherry pick it out. I could see it in the picture and tell that it was a straight 7 Maple Leaf, so I purchased the lot right away. And when I sold the coin, I'm pretty sure I got somewhere around $100 for it. But if you can identify the straight 7 and it has a maple leaf to the bottom right hand side of the 7, it can be worth around $35 for a VG8 and $167 for an AU50 example. Now I'm also going to give you guys the high end values for these coins, but I thought I would start it off with the low end values because a lot of the time when you are finding these, they are from scrap silver purchases. So the third of the 1947 varieties is the 1947 Curve 7. Now this one isn't worth too much if it's in a low grade condition. It's worth about silver melt value, but it can be worth around $13 for an F12 and all the way up to $55 for an AU50 example. And that is for the Curve 7 variety. So to identify that, the 7 should look curved and the bottom of the tail should point off to the right. And then the last of these different varieties you can look for is also the most rare and valuable, and that is the 1947 Curve 7 Maple Leaf. So to identify this, you want to find the same 7 as in the previous coin, the Curve 7, so it will be slightly wider and shorter, and the bottom of the tail will point off to the right. And then if it also has a maple leaf to the bottom right hand side of the 7, then you have yourself an extremely rare and valuable coin. Even on the low end, it can be worth around $2,500 for a VG8 example and all the way up to $6,000 for an AU50. So even if you were able to find one of these and it's beat up, worn, and been put through the meat grinder, you're still going to be able to get probably $1,000 for this coin. It is definitely one that flies under the radar. A lot of people focus on the 1948 Canadian coins, but these 1947s can be worth some really good money as well, especially the Curve 7 Maple Leaf. All right, so let's get into the high-end values for these coins. First, we will start with the 1947 straight 7 plain with no maple leaf. So in terms of the low-end value, it can be worth around $100 for an MS60, $280 for an MS63, and all the way up to $3,300 for an MS65, which is currently the highest graded known example. If you were able to find one and it scored any higher, you would probably see quite a price jump, easily $5,000 to $10,000. Next is the 1947 straight 7 Maple Leaf. Once again, to identify the straight 7, you want the 7 to look straight and slightly taller than on the Curve 7, and the bottom of the tail will point off to the right. In terms of its high-end value, it can be worth around $250 for an MS60, $500 for an MS63 and all the way up to $3,100 for an MS65. So it actually isn't much more valuable on the extreme high end, but it is a coin that has a premium on the lower end, and that is the straight 7 Maple Leaf 1947. So then we have the curved 7 plain with no maple leaf. This one is actually the least valuable on the high end of the 4 different varieties that you can look for. In terms of its low end value, it can be worth around $100 for an MS60, $280 for an MS63, and all the way up to $2,450 for an MS65. Once again, to identify the curved 7, you want the 7 to look slightly shorter and fatter, and the bottom of the tail will point off to the right. And then last but not least, we have the high-end value for the holy grail of these 1947 Canadian half dollars, and that is the curved 7 maple leaf. To identify this, you want to look to the bottom right-hand side of the 7, and if it has a small maple leaf and it has the curved 7 as well, so the 7 is a little bit shorter and fatter and the bottom points off to the right, then you have yourself a holy grail coin that can be worth around $8,700 for an MS60 and all the way up to $18,400 for an MS63, which is currently the highest graded known example that I could find. If you could find one and it scored any higher, you would probably see some significant price jumps. We could easily be talking a $50,000 coin. The scarcity of Canadian coins minted in the year 1948 can be attributed to the need for a significant change in coin inscriptions following India's independence. The time-consuming process of creating the new dies and working on punches, and also the late arrival of these tools, reduced demand for certain denominations in specific regions in Canada. These factors combined to make 1948 coins a unique and limited year in Canadian numismatic history, with relatively few coins minted compared to other years. Now, what makes these 1948 and 1949 pennies so special is not only their limited mintage, but also the fact that there are several different varieties that you can look for. These variations all gravitate around the positioning and size of the denticles in relativity with the text on the coin. The reason for all of these different varieties is they were probably doing some experimenting and trying to see what worked out the best, and they wanted to differentiate between the different coins that they were experimenting with, and the best way that they could do that is with changing the size and placement of the denticles and wording. So there are several different varieties for both the 1948 and 1949. There are 3 noteworthy varieties for the 1948 and 2 for the 1949. Now for the 1948, there are small and large denticle varieties, and it can affect the value depending on the size of the denticle. For the 1949, the size does not matter as much, only the orientation of the last A in gratia in relativity to the denticles. So what you want to do is look at the top of the A, and if it points directly to a denticle, then you have yourself one of the rare varieties. Now for the 1948, you want it to point towards a small denticle. That is the rarest of the 3 different varieties, and the A to the large denticle is also fairly valuable as well. Now with the 1949, you also want that last A in gratia to point directly to one of the denticles, and if you can identify that, it is the rarer of the 2 varieties. So what I'm going to do is give you guys some of the details and specifications for both of these pennies, and then I'll go through and read off the different values for the different and most valuable varieties that you can look for. So the 1948 and 1949 pennies are composed of 98% copper, 0.5% tin, 1.5% zinc. They have a weight of 3.24 grams, a diameter of 19.05 millimeters. The obverse was designed and engraved by T.H. Paget, and the reverse was designed and engraved by G.E. Gray. The edge of the coin is smooth, it is non-magnetic, and it has a diaxis in metal alignment, as is the standard for most Canadian, British, and Australian coins. So what I'll do is go through and give you guys first the low end values for the different rare varieties for the 1948 and 1949 pennies, and then I will give you guys the MS values for these coins as well. They can be super valuable if you do find them and they are in really good shape, and never say never, because I've done penny hunts and found some older George VI coins that were almost hitting the MS mark. So first we'll start with the 1948. Now the rare variety that you want to look for the 1948 is the A points directly to the small denticle. Now if you can identify that, it can be worth even $1 in a VG, which is pretty much the bottom of the Sheldon scale, not at the absolute bottom, but it is a pretty beat up and worn penny, and you are getting 100 times its face value. That is a pretty extreme premium, and you don't often see premiums like that at the low end for Canadian coins. Now, it can be worth around $30 for an AU 50 example, and that is for the 1948 A points to small denticle penny. Now, for the 1949, you are looking for the A points to the denticle. This one is actually a little bit more rare and valuable than the 1948. This one can be worth around $6.70 in a VG8, so that is the same grade as the previous one. Not right at the bottom of the Sheldon scale, but pretty darn close. So even if you found one and it is beat up and worn, you can still get a couple dollars for this penny, which is a huge premium for a coin that only has a face value of 1 cent. It can be worth around $41 for an AU 50 example, which is right before you hit the MS mark. So the 1949 A points to denticle is the rarest of all of these penny varieties that you can look for. Now, when you start to get into the MS range, the 1948 A points to large denticle is not quite as valuable as the A points to small denticle, but it is still worth some decent money. It can be worth around $6.50 for an MS60. It can be worth around $364 for an MS65, but then you see a massive price jump, as currently there is an MS66 graded example that is evaluated at around $1,620. So that tells you that there probably aren't too many high grade examples of this coin out there. So if you ever happen to come across any uncirculated rolls of 1948s or 1949s, don't think about them, buy them. But the rarer of the 1948s that you can look for is the A points to small denticle. If you can identify the last A in Gratia and it is pointing to a small denticle, it can be worth around $70 for an MS60 and all the way up to $882 for an MS65, which is currently the highest graded known example. Now, this one is at least twice as valuable as the 1948 A points to large denticle. It's worth around $521 for an MS65, but the previous A points to large denticle penny was worth $1,620 for an MS66. So considering that the highest graded known example of this coin is only an MS65, if you did ever find one of those and it did score any higher, you could easily be talking a $2,000 to $5,000 penny, and that is for the 1948 A points to small denticle. Now, for the 1949, you are looking for the A points to denticle. This one is actually the most rare and valuable of all of the different pennies that you can look for. It is worth around $70 for an MS60, and even though that is still technically a mint state penny, your chances of being able to score in the low MS region are not impossible when it comes to coins like King George VI if you do happen to come across a penny box, or maybe you go to your local coin shop and you buy a big old bag of scrap pennies. That's what I have actually done in the past, and I found some really amazing stuff. So the 1949 A points to denticle can be worth around $71 for an MS60. So that could actually be a huge premium. Even if you sent this to be graded by PCGS, you could still make a profit off of this coin if you did identify a legitimate example. Now, the highest graded known example currently for the 1949 A points to denticle is an MS66, and it is currently evaluated at $13,900. That is a whole lot of money for a penny that you actually have a decent chance of finding. I have found plenty of 1949s in my coin roll hunt. I have not found any of the super rare varieties, but I will definitely keep my eyes open for this penny, and you guys definitely should too. It never hurts to be armed with a little bit of knowledge so you don't accidentally throw a coin back into circulation that could be worth thousands of dollars, if not more.
If you're a coin collector looking for something truly unique, the Canadian 1936 dot specimen set is sure to pique your interest. This rare set of coins has a fascinating story behind it, and its rarity and value make it a highly sought after item in the numismatic world. In this video, we'll delve into the history and significance of the 1936 dot coins and explore their place in Canadian coinage and the mystery behind the dot on the coins. So first off, what is a specimen set? A specimen set is a special set of coins produced by the Royal Canadian Mint, usually for presentation purposes. These sets typically feature coins struck with different finishes or in different metal compositions than the regular coinage. They are often made in limited quantities, especially before the year 1970. A lot of the time with the pre-1970 Canadian specimen sets, they had extremely limited mintages. We're talking only 10,000 to maybe 100,000 sets being produced, or even less. And some of the sets were not actually made for the public. They were only presented to dignitaries and employees of the mint. So any specimen sets from Canada before the year 1970 can be extremely rare and valuable. So a quick overview of the 1936 dot specimen set. The 1936 dot specimen set is a collection of pieces that were never intended for circulation. This set included 3 Holy Grail coins, the dot penny, the dot dime, and dot quarter. What makes this set unique is the presence of a small dot. While similar dots had been used in previous years as a means of identifying the dies used to strike the coins, the 1936 dots were used to mark a new set of dies created specifically for specimen coins. The importance of the 1936 dot specimen set in Canadian numismatics. The 1936 dot specimen set is significant for a number of reasons. Firstly, it represents an important period in Canadian coinage history, when the Royal Canadian Mint was transitioning from producing coins with a high silver content to those made of nickel. Secondly, the rarity of this set. With only a few of each different denomination known to exist, it makes it one of the most sought after items for coin collectors. Canadian coinage has a very long and storied history dating back to the late 17th century. Over the years, Canadian coins have undergone numerous design changes and were minted using various metals, including gold, silver, and nickel. In the 1920s, the Royal Canadian Mint began transitioning from producing coins with a high silver content to those made of nickel. This decision was made due to the rising cost of silver and the need to reduce production costs. The shift to nickel coins was not without its challenges, as the Mint had to make significant changes to their equipment and processes. Precursors to the 1936 dot specimen set. Prior to the release of the 1936 dot specimen set, the Royal Canadian Mint had experimented with a number of different designs and finishes for their specimen coins. Some early dates of Canadian specimen coins can feature different finishes. Some notable are the matte and mirror-like finishes. Also, eventually some of the later dates receiving high and low relief designations for the strike quality. So let's get into the mystery of the dot coins. What exactly are they and why were they made? The dot coins were created as part of a new set of dies that were used to strike specimen coins. The dots were used to differentiate the new dies from the ones previously used to strike circulation coins, despite their intended use. So how many of these Holy Grail coins are currently accounted for, and where are they now? Some of the historical sales. In January 3rd, 2010, from the Bellsburg collection, a 1936 dot 1 cent coin certified PCGS SP66 red sold for $410,000 Canadian at a heritage auction. It is among the only 3 known 1936 dot 1 cent coins. The one with the highest grade, this same coin, sold 9 years later in 2019, downgraded to PCGS SP65 during the Cook collection sale, for a similar amount of $415,000 Canadian. On January 12, 2004, during the Pittman collection sale at the same auction house, another 1 cent 1936 dot coin certified PCGS MS63 red was sold for approximately $265,000 Canadian. On April 18, 2013, the same coin was sold again at auction for around $250,000 Canadian. The 1936 dot 10 cent coin. There are only 4 known examples of the 10 cent 1936 dot coin, and 2 are owned by the Bank of Canada. Some of the historical sales: it sold in October 1997 for $182,160 Canadian. One sold on September 14, 2006 for $130,000 Canadian for a PCGS SP63, and this is part of the Pittman and Bellsburg collection. One sold on January 3rd, 2010 for $196,500 Canadian, graded PCGS SP68, which is an extremely high designation, and this is Maurice Lafortune and Pittman collection. And then another one sold on August 15th, 2019 for $87,800 Canadian dollars, graded SP63, which is Pittman, Bellsburg, and Cook collection. There are only 5 specimen 25 cent 1936 dot coins known to exist, and 2 are owned by the Bank of Canada. Some of the notable historical sales for the 1936 dot 25 cent specimen coin. On January 3rd in 2010, one of these sold for $83,500 for a PCGS SP68 example. Some theories behind the reason for the dot coins. The reason for the creation of the dot coins remains a mystery. Some theories suggest that they were produced as test pieces for a new set of dies, while others speculate that they were created to commemorate the Silver Jubilee of King George V. Whatever the reason, the scarcity of the dot coins has only added to their allure.
These dot coins are a unique item in Canadian numismatics. With their distinctive markings and rarity, they represent a pivotal moment in Canadian coinage history and are highly sought after by collectors around the world. Factors that contribute to the rarity and value. The rarity and value of the 1936 dot specimen set are due to a number of factors. Firstly, only 3 sets are known to exist, making them one of the rarest items in Canadian numismatics. Secondly, the set includes coins with a unique and highly sought after design. Finally, the historical significance of the coins adds to their value. So what does make these 1936 dot specimen coins so valuable? The reason the set is so valuable is because of its rarity, historical significance, and the demand from collectors and investors. With only 3 sets known to exist, each set is considered a numismatic treasure and can fetch millions of dollars at auction. Even empty storage cases for this set and other early Canadian specimen coins can sometimes be just as rare and valuable as the coins they originally came with. Generally, most modern empty Canadian specimen cases are worthless, but any before the year 1970 can hold some numismatic and collector value. The price for these empty boxes tends to be anywhere from a few hundred to several thousands of dollars for what is essentially an empty wooden box or case, so keeping your eye out for these gems may make you some good money one day, or you may be able to add a nice little piece of Canadian numismatic history to your collection. So the current market value of the 1936 dot specimen coins. Most would consider these coins to be some of the most valuable items in the Canadian numismatic world. And with only 3 sets known to exist, it's likely that the value of the set will continue to rise in the future. To find one of these sets complete could easily make you a millionaire. The complete set has a book appraisal value of $675,000, but with the right buyer, it could easily be worth far more than that. Comparison of the 1936 dot specimen set to other rare Canadian coins. When it comes to rare Canadian coins, the 1936 dot specimen set is in a league of its own. While there are other coins that are considered rare and valuable, such as the 1921 50 cent, the 1921 5 cent, none come close to the rarity of the 1936 dot specimen set. The discovery and uncovering of these coins. The 1936 dot specimen set is an intriguing collection of coins that has captivated the attention of collectors for decades. The set was discovered in the late 1950s when a handful of numismatists found an unusual variation in the 1936 Canadian coins. The full set included a penny, nickel, dime, quarter, and half dollar. Some of these denominations featured a tiny raised dot located below the date on the reverse side of the coin. The dots were a mystery and collectors were intrigued. They soon discovered that the coins were produced as a test set by the Royal Canadian Mint and were never intended for circulation. The dots were placed on coins to distinguish them from regular coins and prevent employees from stealing them. The 1936 dot specimen set has been the subject of several high-profile sales in recent years. In 2010, a collector purchased the set for a record-breaking $402,500 Canadian, making it the most expensive coin set ever sold at the time. In 2013, the set was resold for an even higher price of $550,000 Canadian, cementing its status as one of the most valuable coin sets in Canadian history. The set's impact on modern collectors and investors. The 1936 dot specimen coins have had a significant impact on modern collectors and investors. The set's rarity and unique design make it a highly valuable investment, and collectors are willing to pay top dollar for a chance to own it. The set's popularity has also inspired interest in other rare Canadian coins, and the demand for these coins continues to grow. There are other rare Canadian coins, such as the 1911 Canadian silver dollar, which is actually worth upwards of $1 million or even more, and the previously mentioned 1921 50 cent and 5 cent denomination, but they are comparable in rarity and value to the 1936 dot coins. However, the 1936 dot specimen set remains one of the most sought after Canadian numismatic treasures in the world. So my final thoughts and conclusion. The 1936 dot specimen coins are a testament to the Royal Canadian Mint's history and innovation and excellence. The set's rarity and unique design make it a captivating piece for collectors and investors alike. Its place in Canadian numismatic history is secure, and its legacy will continue to inspire interest and excitement for years to come. Whether you're a seasoned collector or a newcomer to the world of coin collecting, the 1936 dot specimen set is a fascinating piece of valuable Canadian history.